To guide and enrich this session, we are privileged to have with us two highly accomplished session co chairs for today. It is my honor to introduce these dignitaries for our session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our first session co-chair for today, Dr. Suresh Kumar Malhotra, Honorable Vice Chancellor at Maharana Pratap Horticulture University Culture. Sir is a senior agriculture leader with more than 36 years of rich experience in agriculture administration, policy formulation, and research and development governance. During his tenure as Agriculture and Horticulture Commissioner, he provided visionary leadership to several national missions, which resulted in record food grain and horticulture production and helped India achieve self sufficiency in pulses. His career reflects exemplary leadership, deep effective coordination across government, academia, and research innovation. We are deeply privileged to have his guidance for today's session. May I welcome you, sir? I invite you to please take your seat on the stage. Now, I would like to invite our next session co-chair for today, Dr. Hashali Ramaswamy. He is a professor of food processing at McGill University, Canada. He has been honored with several international awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award of the International Association of Food Engineers and the Fellow of Royal Society of Canada. Over his 38 years of tenure, he has published over 500 manuscripts in several reputed journals and graduated over 100 students for MSc and PhD programs. I welcome you, sir, and invite you to please take your seat. Without any further delay, now I would like to request our co chairs to please start with the session and take the lead for today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody here. First of all, I take this opportunity to welcome you all for this important session. Co-chair Dr. Ramaswamy is available with us, and I could see many dignitaries and many speakers and experts are present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this technical session on innovations in post-harvest management of perishables and technologies for reducing the food waste. Well, friends, as we all are aware that this post-harvest management is no longer a supplementary component of agriculture. It is a critical pillar, I should say, for food security. And it's well said that food saved is food produced. And as I mentioned, that it's a critical pillar for food security, not only food security, but also for nutritional security as well as for income security of the farmers, because government has also set an agenda that yes, that we have to secure the food and we need to further take care of the income security part of our small and marginal farmers. So post-harvest losses for the perishables, it continued to pose the serious economic and I should say nutritional challenges. And India is the third largest producer of the foods. And India is the second largest producer of the fruits, vegetables, and other horticulture produce. So these are the mostly perishables are covered under the horticulture crop category. And I also come from the university. This is Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, where we deal with fruits, vegetables, spices, medicinal and aromatic plants, then mushrooms as well as honey. Apart from this, medicinal and aromatic plants are also in our focus. So here, uh, continued efforts have been made, research efforts from the different sections, I should say, from the different corners, and our scientists have helped in developing and adopting numerous tools and techniques, processes, processes as well as products for reducing the post-harvest losses, and several innovative solutions have also been mentioned, and those have been enumerated several times. And there are several products, several technologies which have been further adopted. And we have estimated the losses at various stages which are occurring in the perishables. And I think we are amongst few countries who have done planned studies in India through CFET, one of the institute in Punjab. So a planned study was done, and some kind of scientific estimation was done, and assessment was made regarding the losses different stages, even during the farm operation level, as well as during the post harvest handling, as well as storage and distribution conditions. So those post harvest losses have helped us in policy decision making on food production, as well as further reorienting our research focus on storage, post harvest processing and value addition. So scientific post harvest management and modern technologies can significantly reduce quantitative and qualitative losses, this we believe. And Government of India, Ministry of Food Processing is promoting for building the infrastructure for food processing, and further how we can reduce the post-harvest losses. Those efforts are being made, and one of the premier institute where we are sitting to also comes under the Ministry of Food Processing. And similarly, one more important organization is Indian Council of Agriculture Research, where we have all India coordinated project related to post-harvest engineering and technology. This is one of the unique program where location and situation specific research is done, and there are 21 centers under this AICRP project which address the local issues and provide solution accordingly. So as we deliberate upon today through this session, I encourage all the presenters to focus not only on the innovations, but also on economic viability and sustainability, as well as inclusiveness. So I'm confident that this session will definitely help in in providing some meaningful solutions, insights, practical recommendations, and collaborative pathways. So now I take this opportunity to invite our esteemed speakers. Before I invite the speakers, so I would like to ask the co-chair if he wants to speak before giving a start to the session, and then before inviting the our valued speakers. So I would like to, yeah, you can use this one.
Hello, everybody. I'm a kind of a last minute substitute for this place, so I didn't really make any specific preparation, but I do teach a course on post-harvest technology, so the topic and all the things are very familiar to me. And I really appreciate the FAO effort in terms of adding a new classification in addition to just post-harvest losses, the food wastage, which occupies almost the same amount of, magnitude of loss as compared to the regular post-harvest losses in terms of reducing, the overall wastage and loss, okay, which is a very, very important consideration. And I think it's driving food industry to reduce their losses. It's driving many catering institutions to reduce the losses. So I think in this session, we're going to see many things related to these areas. So it will be an excellent opportunity for all of you interested in post-harvest, applications, and do interact and, do enjoy all the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, in fact, I could see the schedule which has been provided to me. As per the schedule, 2 plenary lectures have been mentioned in the list, and 5 keynote presenters will be there, and then 2 invited talks have been included in the list. So, let's give a start to the program. Just
I think the times are given for each. They're slightly different. So please look at your allotted time and, keep it within the time limits. Thank you.
well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. So I was going to touch that point, but anyway, you have already. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much for because now, as I have been asked by the organizers that let us keep time of 15 minutes for plenary lectures and 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Okay. Well, and then 10 minutes for 10 to 15 minutes for another one that's keynote lectures, 15 minutes. Well, and then we have the invited talks. So at the outset,
टाइम आप वही चलने दीजिए, एक हमारा 15 मिनट का स्लॉट खाली है, बीच में एक आया ही नहीं।
अच्छा, एक आएगा।
हाँ, जो टाइम दिया
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now it's the time to speaker. So we have today Dr. Elizabeth Mitcham. She is available with us, and I invite her to make the plenary lecture, plenary presentation, and she is going to speak today on is fresh really better than processed? An interesting topic. So let me introduce Dr. Elizabeth Mitcham. She is a leading post-harvest horticulture scientist at the University of California, Davis, and working through its post-harvest technology research and information center. She holds a PhD in horticulture from the University of Maryland, along with advanced degrees from North Carolina State University. Her research centers on the post-harvest biology and technology of fruits and nuts, really an important area, I should say. And in the recent budget announcements, our finance minister has put focus on nuts. So these all are the high value crops. And she leads internationally funded projects to improve shelf life and quality in crops and contributes to global scholarship through leadership in American Society for Horticulture Science. So her work has been recognized with honors, including the Outstanding International Horticulturist Award and UC Davis Chancellor's International Engagement Achievement Award. So, Dr. Elizabeth, now the floor is yours.
Okay. This one too. All right. First, can you hear me? All right. It's over here. Okay. I'm going to hang on 1 second. I'm going to put this on. Okay. Can you hear me now? Testing. Okay, can you hear me?
Can I just move once? I'll just यहाँ पे यहाँ पे उनका please उनका
You want to put it on the shirt?
yeah put it here ma'am.
Okay. 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 All right. All right. Apologies for the delay. Can you hear me now? No? Yes? Okay. All right. So, is fresh really better than processed? That is the question that I get very frequently. Even still today, people ask this question. Now, we know that fruits and vegetables provide a lot of benefits to human health. And if you look at dietary recommendations around the world, every country that has recommendations has a strong recommendation to increase the consumption of fruits and vegetables. And that's because these products are full of vitamins and minerals and also phytonutrients, which we're just learning more and more about how brain and cognition. And also, you know, just look at this picture. They're beautiful, they're flavorful, they really enrich the diet. So lots of benefits. Yeah, I can't see the slides over here, but it's not working, huh? Not close enough. All right, I'll just work here. Okay. Like reducing night blindness, osteoporosis, birth defects, blood pressure, stroke. So fruits and vegetables have a tremendous benefit to human health. In the United States, up until recently, we used the My Plate, shown on the left here, as a recommendation to the public for their diet. And you can see that half the plate is fruits and vegetables. And but unfortunately, as you can see on the right, in the United States, we do not even approach 2 servings on average per day of fruits and vegetables together, whereas at least 5, if not 9, are recommended. And that's being very generous and including French fries as a vegetable group. So it's pretty appalling. And why are these numbers so low? Why is consumption of fruits and vegetables so low? Well, there's a number of reasons that have been put forth. One is that they tend to be more expensive than other food options. They can be inconvenient in some regards in terms of taking a little bit more time and effort to prepare if you're cooking. Sometimes their flavor and texture are disappointing. Consumers may not be used that are present in some vegetables. Maybe the fruits aren't living up to their expectations of a juicy, flavorful, sweet product. And they're very perishable, so extra money to buy them, but they may very well deteriorate before you get a chance to consume them. So processing and processed products can provide some benefits in this regard. They do tend to be less expensive, especially if we're thinking about canned and frozen products. They are often closer to ready to eat, so they may have already been trimmed and chopped, and they're ready for you to cook and then consume. They can sometimes have a more consistent flavor profile. There's a lot of effort put into making them consistent. And of course, they're stabilized for longer shelf life. But consumers and also social media influencers, and I was quite interested to hear the minister mention this yesterday, they do have this belief that fresh is better than processed. It's a pretty strong belief out there, and it's been persisting for years. But what is the reality? Well, first let's look at how nutrition changes when products are either canned or frozen or dried. So in terms of canning, So in this case, we're generally putting the product into a liquid medium. We're providing some heat to kill microorganisms and denature enzymes. And so water-soluble vitamins can leach out into the liquid, and heat-sensitive vitamins can be lost. So you can see we can have losses of ascorbic acid of greater than 60%. We can have losses of phenolics, primarily from peeling before canning, but also from leaching. But interestingly, beta carotene and vitamin E, which are both fat soluble vitamins, they can actually become more easily extractable. And so sometimes the levels actually increase after processing. If we look at freezing, there's a lot of variability in the little bit of literature that's available, comparing before freezing and after freezing. And losses can range from very low, like 10% ascorbic acid, to as high as 60%. Similarly, for phenolics and beta carotene, there can be quite a bit of variability. And one difference is that some frozen products are blanched prior to freezing, and so that heat process can result in some leaching and also heat-related degradation. So here's an example of frozen peas where these researchers in Diane Barrett's lab took harvested peas. They divided them in half. Half were stored fresh at 2 degrees, and the other half were blanched and then frozen. And then they compared these 4 different vitamin groups and nutrient groups and looked at the changes in levels over time. Now, the fresh product was stored only up to 10 days, whereas the frozen product was stored up to 90 days. It has a much longer shelf life. But what we can see is that for some nutrients, like vitamin C, there's not a lot of change in the peas in either case for fresh or frozen. And the freezing process didn't really have much impact in this case. If we look at riboflavin, we see that, again, the freezing didn't cause any reduction in riboflavin, and there's very little change in the fresh product, whereas the frozen product, we're seeing some loss at the 90-day point. But the biggest change on this data is with vitamin A, or the beta carotene. And here we see that there was a large increase in beta carotene with the freezing process. And this may be from the blanching or from the freezing, but likely an increase in extractability of that compound. However, what we see is that with frozen storage, we had a dramatic decrease in beta carotene with extended storage of 90 days. So somewhere between 10 and 90 days, there was a carotene. So overall, the vitamin content was not greatly affected by the freezing process, but there were some losses during frozen storage, especially with beta carotene. Now, drying has been used for many, many years to preserve products, and about 20% of our produce is preserved with drying still today. And solar drying and hot air drying are kind of our traditional drying methods. Both of these actually lead to a lot of nutrient degradation, as well as potentially some quality degradation. And there are certainly newer technologies that are being used. And of course, these newer technologies require more of a capital investment, but they can greatly improve nutrient retention as well as quality maintenance. If we look at ascorbic acid as an example, though, we see that freeze drying is one of the best methods to preserve ascorbic acid. And also color of products is very well preserved. However, freeze drying is an expensive technology, and it's also very time consuming. So not a fit in every situation for that reason. If we look at air drying with ascorbic acid, we can see that you can lose as much as 90. Long time to dry, you're going to lose a lot of your ascorbic acid. And then the other thing that's important in terms of solar drying is that sunlight does help to degrade the ascorbic acid. So this chart has a range of different drying technologies, and some of the more promising ones I believe are the infrared drying, microwave, and radio frequency. And those can be combined with hot air drying in like a hybrid drying method that gives you speed as well as maintaining nutrients much better. We'll talk more about dried storage in a moment. Right now. So when we look at, so we've canned, we've frozen, and we've dried these products, and there's more or less losses depending on the method and the nutrient. But in storage, what we see is that in canned products, the nutrients are actually maintained very well, likely because we've removed the oxygen from the can. So no oxidative degradation is taking place. And so vitamin C and the B vitamins are very well maintained. In frozen samples, as we saw with the peas, degradation continues. So freezing can result in less changes initially, but then over time, we lose more nutrients. In terms of antioxidant activity that comes from some of our phytonutrients, those can also be reduced post canning and freezing. So we can have losses as high as 50%, whereas during short-term storage of fresh produce, losses tend to be relatively small. One of the biggest surprises in pulling the data together for this talk was the realization that dried products, even they can lose % of the nutrients during the drying process, depending on what type of process is used. But even if you use something as great as freeze drying, where the nutrients are well maintained, during storage, the loss of nutrients is very rapid, and it continues throughout storage. In freeze-dried products, it's thought to be due to enhanced porosity and more oxidation of the media, and therefore oxygen gets to the nutrients and degrades them. So that's an unfortunate fact about dried products. And then fresh products can also lose ascorbic acid. It tends to be related particularly to water stress and water loss. And so it varies quite a bit depending on how the product is handled. So this is some data for fresh storage of spinach that came out of Marita Cantwell's lab at UC Davis. And she took spinach and stored them at 3 different temperatures. So the blue lines are 0 degrees, green is 10 degrees, and red is 20 degrees. And across the top, you can see some different quality indicators. Over time, we're looking at a period of 12 days. And you can see that with the low temperature, we're really maintaining the quality pretty well. But at the higher temperatures, we're losing quality quickly. In the bottom 2 graphs, we have vitamin C and antioxidant activity. And here you can see a similar situation. So we're maintaining the nutrients at the low temperature, but at higher temperatures, they're degrading very quickly. So the good news with this is that if we have good temperature management, we can maintain the visual and the nutritional quality for more than 12 days with spinach. And but temperature is very key, and how those products are handled. And if we're trying to compare fresh and harvest, we have to think about how the fresh is being handled. How long has it been since harvest? What was the temperature management of that product from the time it was harvested? And actually the same is true for our processed products before they are processed and stabilized. What losses occurred before those peas got to the freezer facility? So those are all important things to take into account, and they will affect the final results. But the good news is if you buy spinach based on its appearance quality and the quality looks good, the nutrient profile is also going to be good. So that is the good news. So don't buy wilted spinach or yellow spinach because it won't have as many nutrients. Now, fresh cut products is another, people call it minimal processing. So it's still a fresh product, but it's been chopped and trimmed and it's more ready to eat. It's more convenient. So it gets us over that one hurdle to consumption. But you would imagine that that stress of being chopped and increasing the respiration of that product would lead to more nutrient losses. And that is true in some cases. But this is some data from Adel and Ma Bell. They looked at different fruit that were fresh cut, and generally the losses in nutrients between the fresh and the fresh cut over a short storage period were reasonably small, with a few exceptions. So carotenoids in pineapple and ascorbic acid in cantaloupe had a 25% decrease over a 6-day period. But the other nutrients in other fruit had relatively low losses. Oh, I should say there was a study by Opara et al. That looked at, they did a market survey and they looked at fresh cut products, and they found that the ascorbic acid levels tended to be lower in the vegetable products that were fresh cut as compared to the fresh. So it may be that maybe for vegetables it's a different situation as they're low acid products. So we're hearing at the conference about lots of advanced processing methods, and I've been reading a lot about them. And they have a lot of potential to reduce the nutrient losses during processing. Things like high pressure, ultrasound. We can avoid adding a lot of heat to the product. We'll maintain more nutrients and also, you know, the flavor and color quality of the product. But from what I've been reading, and you can correct me if you know of other situations, but they seem to be mostly used for juices and purees and not so much for the whole fruit and vegetable products. I mentioned some of the advanced drying technologies, and those also reduce the impacts on nutrition as well as quality. And unfortunately, though, they don't prevent the loss of nutrients during the storage of dried products. At least maybe we need some studies on that to see if perhaps it's different. But certainly for the air dried, it's a tough situation. So a few other factors to consider as we wrap this is that we do want to reduce food loss and waste. So when we're trying to say, you know, should we prefer processed over fresh? I think whatever way we can, methods we can use to reduce food loss and waste and get more healthy fruits and vegetables into the mouths of consumers, the better. And, you know, we may have a glut of production of mangoes more than we could sell as a fresh product, particularly in areas where cold storage and good handling practices are limited. Then processing methods really need to step in and preserve the rest of that product so it can be consumed. Then in terms of, you know, the energy requirements and packaging and the impacts on sustainability is another consideration. Of course, it takes a lot of energy to can products and to freeze products, but it also takes energy to cold store fresh products, and especially if you're trying to store them for a long period of time. So there's trade-offs there. And then in terms of packaging, most processed products need to be packaged. Certainly dried products need to be packaged to keep them dry. And packaging of fresh products is a little bit more of an option. It can be added sometimes and provide benefits, but it's still possible to buy fresh products without the added packaging. So, and in terms of consumers, convenience, cost, and flavor and texture are really paramount. And those are the key issues that are going to determine whether people are going to eat it or not. And that's our ultimate goal. We want it to have the nutrition in there, but it needs to have these factors. And at the same time, we want to avoid adding too many additives that are going to negatively impact the healthful benefits that are coming from the fruits and vegetables. So to summarize, you know, all fruits and vegetables are perishable products, and depending on how they're handled, if the physical damage, the temperature abuse that they may have will impact their quality and definitely their nutritional quality as well. We can stabilize them with processing, although, we're not going to avoid some nutrient losses either during the processing or afterwards. But all fruits and vegetables lose nutrients after harvest, fresh products as well as processed. And there have been a number of surveys in the marketplace looking at different types of products: frozen, canned, fresh, dried, and they all provide a good amount of nutrition. They may not have exactly the same amount, and of course, the amounts are going to vary depending on the fruit or vegetable and the variety and whatnot. So they're all good sources of nutrition, and we should encourage people to eat any source that is available to them. My message to all the food scientists in the audience is that when you're developing new food products, processed products using fruits and vegetables, or really any nutritious food, I think it's just really important, in addition to focusing on the flavor and texture and the nutrient profile that's maintained, I think we also need to consider, the cost and flavor, and make sure we're not adding in anti-nutrition or anti-health components, at least not to a great extent. So limiting salt, limiting sugar, and other preservatives is the ultimate goal. Finally, I just want to say that consumer education on the value of all different forms of fruits and vegetables is clearly still needed, despite the fact, a lot of the data, not all of it, but a lot of that fruit and vegetable data is like over 10 years old. So that data's been out there. Has been around for a while, but still there's this idea that fresh is really superior to processed. And I would say, in terms of simple, processing methods like canning and freezing without a lot of additives, there's really not a big difference in most cases. So we do need to continue to educate consumers, because if buying canned or buying frozen is cheaper, more convenient, something you can fit into your lifestyle better than fresh products, which are more expensive, then that's what you should do, and you're still going to get the nutrition that you need. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll if I can back up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent presentation, because most of the consumers, they always believe that yes, fresh fruits, they are better. Mostly people say like that. But anyway, your presentation makes it clear that in some cases it is true, in some cases it is not true. And but we need to form the process technology and some external factors, as you mentioned, the temperature as well as time. That's very important in case of drying and many other factors. So if we have to retain the chemical, if we have to retain the nutrients into it. So as I have been told by the organizers, that already one QR code has been shared with each and everyone. And if anybody wants to ask any question to Dr. Elizabeth, so they can just put their question on the utilizing that QR code facility, and that question will directly go to Dr. Elizabeth, and she will give reply to this. So whether we can take one or two questions from the audience? Not required now. Thank you so much for an excellent presentation.
Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for an important insight about the fresh as well as canned one. Yeah, you can. Well, so now I would like to invite our next speaker, a renowned scientist, Dr. Kirsten Morant. She studied biochemistry and cellular biology, and she received her PhD from Blaise Pascal University. She is full research director at INRA, and she is working in the INRAE Human Nutrition Unit of Clermont-Ferrand, where she leads a research group focusing on plant food, bioactives, and vascular health. She has a long lasting experience in the field of nutrition and health. Over the last years, she has expressed a special interest for a better understanding of the inter-individual variability in response to the consumption of plant food bioactives. Currently, she is the chief editor of the journal Food and Function. So I invite Dr. Christian for making the presentation on the topic Do polyphenols protect cardiometabolic health in humans? Evidence, variability, and the path forward. Please.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizer of this big conference for inviting me to give a talk. So I am not a food scientist at all. I am a nutritionist. So I will talk you about food and health. And as you know, cardiometabolic disease remains the leading cause of mortality worldwide, and diet is one of the few modifiable determinants we can act upon. This is why today I will address the following question: do polyphenols protect cardiometabolic health in humans? A large-scale systematic review evaluated the strength of the evidence linking specific dietary factors to cardiometabolic disease incidence, and 8 categories of plant foods and beverage, including fruits, vegetables, legumes, whole grain, nuts, coffee, and tea, showed a probable to convincing protective association with coronary heart disease, stroke, or diabetes. What these foods have in common is not only their plant origin, but their richness in diverse bioactive phytochemicals and particularly in polyphenols. Polyphenols represent the largest and most diverse family of plant bioactives in our diet. They are secondary plant metabolites produced by the plants in response to a biotic environmental stress, and they can contribute to the color, taste, and sensory properties of many foods, like the red color for berries, the astringency of tea, etc. So structurally, they encompass several major classes, with those of flavonoids and phenolic acids being the more distributed in common foods. And these large classes are themselves divided in several subclasses, some being ubiquitous, like flavonols and flavonols, and others more specifically found in some foods, like flavonoids in citrus, anthocyanin in berries, or isoflavone in soy products. Among polyphenols, flavonoids are the most extensively studied compounds in relation to human health outcomes. Polyphenols rarely occur in foods as free molecules. They are usually bound to sugars for flavonoids, to esters for phenolic acids, or present as large polymers, especially for flavone-free oils, which, after polymerization, produce proanthocyanidins that are largely abundant in the plant foods. This structural complexity partly explains the remarkable diversity of compounds, with more than 250 molecules identified in common foods. Because of their wide distribution in plant foods and beverage, daily polyphenol intake typically exceeds 1 gram per day in Western population, and the intake is largely driven by fruit and beverage, and is roughly divided between flavonoids and phenolic acids. A key concept when we look about polyphenols is that the form of polyphenol we ingest are not those that circulate in our body. because polyphenols undergo an extensive metabolism in vivo, first by the gut microbiota and also by host phase 2 enzyme. As a result, the circulating compounds are mostly conjugated or microbial-derived metabolites. In other words, exposure is defined by metabolism. It is important to note that not all ingested polyphenol are absorbed. Polymerized forms, such as proanthocyanidins, have a prolonged residence time in the intestinal tract, where they exert antioxidant effect and interact with the gut microbiome. The strength of the relationship between dietary polyphenols intake and the prevention of cardiometabolic disease relies on three levels of evidence. First, on statistical association is studies between the level of polyphenol intake and the incidence of cardiometabolic disease. Second, on a causality link provided by results of human randomized controlled trial, reporting improvement in some cardiometabolic outcomes in response to the consumption of purified polyphenols or of polyphenol-rich foods. And last, on results of experimental studies conducted in animals and in cell models that allow to get insight in the mechanism of action underlying the protective effects of polyphenols. Large meta-analyses of prospective cohort studies, including over 1 million of participants, indicate that higher flavonoid intake is associated with lower cardiovascular risk, and the magnitude of the association varies across flavonoid subclasses, with anthocyanins and flavonols often showing stronger signals. Interestingly, the reduction risk appears to plateau at intakes around 400 and 500 milligrams per day. A similar pattern emerged for type 2 diabetes, with higher flavonoid intakes associated with a modest but significant reduction in risk, particularly for anthocyanin, flavonols, and isoflavones. Experimental studies in animal and cellular models provide mechanistic support for this association, with polyphenol exert pleiotropic effect across multiple tissues by modulating inflammation, oxidative balance, endothelial function, lipid metabolism, and glucose homeostasis. And their mechanisms are multi-targets. The modulation of the gut microbiota for non-absorbed compounds and the circulating metabolites act as signaling molecules by modulating genic signaling pathways. So, the next question is, what is the level of clinical evidence? The largest intervention study conducted in humans with polyphenol is the American COSMOS study. Its objective was to evaluate the benefits of cocoa polyphenols on cardiovascular health in a population of 22,000 men and women aged over 60 who received 500 milligrams of cocoa flavanols or of a placebo daily for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, a 10% reduction in the number of cardiovascular events and a 27% reduction in cardiovascular mortality were observed in the cocoa polyphenol group, with even greater reduction observed when the least compliant subjects were excluded from the analysis. And beyond cocoa flavanols and collaborators aim to examine if, irrespective to dietary sources, there is consistent clinical evidence that flavone-free consumption improves cardiometabolic outcomes. And this meta-analysis has identified 156 RCT that have used flavanol monomers and polymers from all dietary sources at dose varying from 40 milligrams to over 1 gram per day, and with duration ranging from 3 to 26 weeks. Of this analysis, it results that flavonol's intervention induced significant improvement in IFMD, which reflects an improvement of endothelial function, an improvement in systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and in the blood lipid profiles, including triglyceride and cholesterol, and also an improvement in glycated hemoglobin and in the HOMA insulin resistance index. Now I'm going to present results from two meta-analyses of RCTs that have assessed the effect of anthocyanin from various sources on cardiometabolic outcomes in participants with various cardiometabolic status. The first one is a meta-analysis of 22 studies of 32 studies and with duration varying from 2 to 24 weeks. And this meta-analysis concluded that anthocyanin consumption significantly improved glycemic and lipid profiles. It also revealed a significant reduction in blood glucose, glycated hemoglobin, total cholesterol, and LDL cholesterol. The glucose reduction were higher in hyperglycemic subjects, whereas better effect on cholesterol was achieved in dyslipidemic subjects. The second meta-analysis conducted on 24 RCT, indicates that both acutely and after chronic supplementation, the consumption of anthocyanin-rich foods improved endothelial function, as reflected by an improvement of the flow-mediated dilation IFMD. Taken together, these clinical results support the potential use of anthocyanin in the prevention and management of CMD. Beyond clinical endpoints, transcriptomic analysis in intervention trials with polyphenol reveals that polyphenols modulate gene expression patterns linked to inflammation, vascular function, and metabolic regulation. And remarkably, these gene expression signatures tend to move in the opposite direction of those observed in patients with cardiometabolic disease. In addition, to demonstrate the positive effects of polyphenol intake on cardiometabolic outcomes, some clinical trials have searched for a link between the observed effects and circulating polyphenol metabolites. For example, these studies have shown that improvement in endothelial function after intervention with diverse polyphenol-rich foods, such as citrus or berries, correlate with increased concentration of related plasma metabolites. So if we step back and assess the overall clinical evidence linking polyphenols to cardiometabolic protection, several key points emerge. First, the strength of the evidence varies considerably across polyphenol classes. Robust data exists for flavanols and anthocyanins, whereas other subclasses remain less investigated in a well-controlled randomized control trial. Second, statistical significance alone is not sufficient. The clinical relevance of observed change, namely their magnitude, durability, and impact on disease risk, must be carefully considered. And third, caution is warranted where interpreting causality. And what we need in the field is more controlled trial that allow to distinguish clearly the specific effect of polyphenol from those of the food matrix. And last, sometimes mixed results are observed in clinical trials, highlighting the critical role of inter-individual variability. Heterogeneous responses can dilute mean effect and complicate the interpretation, and this issue may be central to understand the evidence. Heterogeneity is not a secondary issue. It may be the key issue. When we evaluate polyphenol intervention, we typically report the average treatment effect, but human biology does not operate at the level of statistical mean. Across clinical trial, response distribution times appear modest. So, perhaps, the relevant question is no longer do polyphenol work, but rather from whom they work and under which biological conditions. To address this question, we need to look more closely at the source of this heterogeneity. Variability can emerge at different from metabolism to tissue responsiveness to population structure. Let me illustrate this with 3 concrete examples. A first major source of variability lies in gut microbial metabolism. Individuals do not convert polyphenols into microbial bioactive metabolites in the same way. As indicated here, only a subset of individuals produce equal from soy isoflavones or specific urolitins from elagitanins, these 2 microbial metabolites being known for their high biological potency. As a consequence, identical dietary intake does not necessarily lead to identical internal exposure, and the gut microbiota effectively define distinct metabotypes which may critically determine downstream biological efficacy. However, variability is not limited to differences in metabolism. In cocoa flavanol study, for example, plasma metabolite levels can be comparable across age group, whereas vascular response, such as reduction in systolic blood pressure, differ markedly between younger and older individuals. This indicates that even when systemic exposure is similar, downstream biological responsiveness may vary. In other words, exposure does not automatically translate into effect. A third situation concerns hidden subgroup effect. In some trials, the overall mean effect is not statistically significant, as illustrated here in this trial with curcumin. However, when analyses account for baseline characteristic or responder profiles, specific subgroup exhibit clear improvement. This reminds us that lack of statistical significance at the aggregate levels does not necessarily imply absence of biological effects. It may instead reflect underlying heterogeneity that dilute the mean signal. These examples suggest that individual variability is not noise, but it is a biological information. So, where does variability originate? Why are some polyphenols effective in certain individuals, but less or not at all in others? 2 major hypotheses can be considered. First, between subject differences in the ADME-related processes, namely difference in absorption, host metabolism, microbial transformation, and clearance, which ultimately determine internal exposure to bioactive metabolite. Difference in the responsiveness of cellular and molecular targets, mediating the protective effects of polyphenols. In other words, variability may arise either upstream at the level of exposure or downstream at the level of biological response. And this conceptual framework has been extensively examined within the European Cost-Positive Scientific Network, who has, through systematic analysis, aimed to identify the major determinants underlying these 2 dimensions of variability. One network clearly demonstrated that individual variability in polyphenols at DME can be substantial, in some cases differing several-fold between individuals. The gut microbiota composition emerged as a major driver of this variability. However, differences in phase 2 conjugation enzyme, enzymatic activity, and transport mechanism could also contribute, but are less documented now. As a consequence, dietary intake does not translate directly into internal exposure, and exposure does not imply uniform exposure to across individuals. When examining cardiometabolic endpoints, variability becomes even more complex. Baseline metabolic status consistently appears as a key determinant. Individuals with elevated cardiometabolic risk, endothelial dysfunction, or low-grade inflammation often display larger improvement following polyphenols intervention. And this pattern suggests that polyphenol may primarily act as modulators of underlying dysfunction rather than as universal and antibiological function. In other words, their impact may be context-dependent. Taken together, these findings suggest that variability is not random, it follows identifiable biological determinants, and this opens the door to stratified or precision approach. To sum up, we now have strong evidence that polyphenols, rich foods and diets contribute to cardiometabolic protection. The bridge between intake and health is increasingly well characterized. We understand the mechanisms. We have strong, including endothelial modulation, anti-inflammatory signaling, redox and metabolic regulation, gut microbiota modulation. We have a strong epidemiological evidence, but this bridge does not operate identically in everyone. Underneath lies interindividual variability responsible for the response heterogeneity. So to conclude, the evidence supporting the cardiometabolic benefits of polyphenol-rich diet is strong. We increasingly understand the mechanism linking intake to vascular and metabolic health. Yet, not all individuals respond equally. Group average often conceal mean differences, and the next step is not simply to refine mean estimates, but to identify responders, understand the determinants of response, and design phenotype-informed intervention. That is how we move from heterogeneity to precision. And this is where the work becomes actionable and generalizable into other plant bioactive. If we can identify the subgroup of individuals who are the most likely to benefit from increased intake of plant bioactives, we move from mechanistic knowledge to decision making. First, it provides a scientific basis for product innovation, developing targeted functional foods or optimizing traditional foods for specific consumer groups rather than assuming one formulation fits everyone. Second, it allows us to refine dietary recommendation, not only eat more plant foods, but which foods richer in which bioactives are most relevant for which phenotype. And third, it strengthens prevention at the population level. Public health strategies can become stratified, prioritizing intervention where the probability of benefit is the highest. So the end goal is very concrete: precision-oriented research enabling scalable impact, better foods, better recommendation, and more effective prevention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christian, for an excellent presentation, where you clearly mention about the role of polyphenols as well as anthocyanins and many other compounds, and then you correlated with the cocoa, tea, fruits, wines, and further connected with the cardiometabolic outcomes. Very beautifully you mentioned, and we really liked it that the polyphenols, their impact may be context dependent, correct? And then another point which you is strong, evidence is strong, but the response is heterogeneous. Yes, very beautifully you mentioned about this, and further you concluded that we need to bring precision, and that precision is very important, and precision oriented research is needed. Thank you so much for an excellent presentation. So now, as per the schedule, I take this opportunity to invite our next keynote presenter. So, Mr. Takayuki Hagiwara, who is the representative FAO, he is available with us today. So I invite him. So let me give his introduction. Mr. Hagiwara Takayuki joined FAO of the United Nations in 2003 and FAO representative in India. He holds a master's degree from Yale University School of Forestry and Environmental Studies. In natural resource management specialist with over 25 years professional experience. He has worked extensively on community-based natural resource management and sustainable livelihood development. He spent 17 years with FAO Investment Center, providing technical assistance to World Bank and IFAD supported projects. He was the lead technical officer for the Sustainable Livelihood Development Project in Kenya, Mau Forest Complex, which received the FAO Sauma Award. So I request Mr. Takayuki to please give his presentation on FAO initiatives for post-harvest management and food losses. We will be very happy to hear you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Veroy, for the invitation, and thank you very much for your commitment and the leadership in the food sector, and very well recognized across the FAO. I'm talking about the rich and the smart city, rich and smart food city, addressing the food loss, waste, and safety for India's agri-food system. It's not really science, but I sometimes might agitate the people maybe because I'm touching your fundamental item, the food, which is food. Rich R doesn't. It is not the rich in the money. The R representing the reliability. I innovation. C represent the consumer-oriented, and H food. Okay, so I always use this agri-food system map, which is very complicated. So I don't explain you. I would take 1 week to explain all this. So I just skip this. But I'm talking about in the center in the agri-food system there. Now, when we talk about in the food chain, it starts from the farmers to the end on your table, and the pre-harvest and the slaughter, and then you harvest, farmer harvest. But from this all the chain, there are a lot of the food losses happening, and which I'm going to talk about. Now, I like to be a little bit interactive with you guys. You know, the food losses. What percentage of food produced globally does not go to the human consumption? Can you guess? Okay, it's about in the second one, 1/3 of the food is being lost globally. And now, magnitude of food loss and the waste globally, you know, the 13% is lost between the harvest and the retail, and 19% wasted at the retail and the consumer level. We see the food losses and the vegetables, and then we did a little bit of research in Delhi, and then surprisingly, guava is being lost and highest. I don't know why. I like guava. I eat guava at least once in a week, but guava is being lost the most. On the vegetable side is the tomato. Maybe, you know, we produce a lot and the people consume a lot, but the tomato is being lost a lot. And these are the detailed figure, and then you can. You don't have the. Okay, I'm sorry that the slide is not really moving. Okay, so this is the food loss, and I'm talking about the guava, and then the tomato is right there. And I have the much detailed figure, but because of the time, I skipped this. And I'm talking about your stomach, the gazipol. I'm sorry, the azatpol. Gazipol is another one, but the azatpol. How many of you have been to this Mandi? I'm sure that everybody gone. Yeah? Okay, now, question 2. On average, how much fresh vegetable and the fruits are handled at the Azatpol wholesale market? Yeah, every day more than 10,000. Okay, more than 10,000, which is the largest market in the region, and probably in the world. So this is the situation in the Azatpol. very congested. A lot of the people, a lot of the food are gathered. But Mandi system, the something that from FAO side, I really need to address. Azad pool requires a little bit in the lifting, and the problem is it's not really hygienic. And then when we go to the Azad pool, I'm okay. I'm losing the audience. Okay, it's not really a problem, but oh my goodness, I'm losing. Now, from the Azad pool, what is going on? My talk is so boring. Okay. From the Azad pool, the foods are delivered to the supermarket or shops. But the most important thing is many of the food goes to the street vendors. And this is where the food loss is happening a lot. And the food vendors, more than 30% of food is lost in the food vendors. And that's a lot. And because of many of the food vendors do not have the proper refrigeration issues. And coming back to the Mandi system, this is the situation we have. And that India is becoming number 3 in terms of the GDP. And you guys do not deserve this situation. You see, the food are wasted at the Mandi, but a majority of the food is sort of the people who cut the leaves and then dispose there, but just become the wasting point as well. And I often say that these Mandi becomes the restaurant for cows. The problem, these Mandis have the Azad pool, for example, have the more than 500 cows and coming there, and then eat those waste. And then this food loss is not only economic, but also, as I mentioned, the environment and the social impact. So we need to worry about how to deal with it. And assessing the waste management, the practices in the wholesale market in India. As you see, India produces about 10% of the global fruit and the vegetable. And the wholesale market serves as a key distribution point, but handling significant quality of the fruits and the vegetable. But India has highest wholesale market, and these are the issue in India, and we really need to address. Now, this is a situation of the Azad pool. They cut the leaves and then waste it, and then these become the source of the methane. Now, I don't want to show to you, but the cows are right there, and eating those leaves, and then they do their own business there. Meaning, those food that you consume, the cauliflower, that they are sitting next to the business of the cows. So we really need to address. And then in terms of the street vendors, the food loss I mentioned to you, again, the summer we lost more than compared to the winter because of the temperature. And then Elizabeth mentioned the importance of the refrigeration. That also shows here. But again, the fruit guava is high. Yeah, 100 tons. And where it goes, we are. I'm sure that you know this. Gazipol, and then those waste goes to that waste dump. And here we saw, and this is where that the methane is emitting a lot. And you see the size of the little mountain. I do hiking, but I would not do hiking here. But you see the size of the little hill. And this is addressed in India. And GHG emissions, there are a lot of the studies done on emissions. but these are the sort of the emission that are coming out of the those food. Okay, so methane emissions, there is a study done, and each of the Monday, and these numbers are available to estimate the amount of the methane is emitted. Okay, and then again, from the point of the food safety, I've been to the hospital clinic because I had the stomach problem, and then hygiene issue is an issue, a big issue in India, and it's created an opportunity cost. If you become sick, you cannot work, and then you create the situation that the opportunity cost happens. So you really need to have the hygiene issue very well. And the World Bank study finds that the impact on unsafe food costs and the lower and medium income economies, you see the 95 billion in loss and productivity, and then 15 billion in the related medical expenses. So it's huge. So India, as I mentioned to you, you guys in India become number 3 in the economy, and you don't deserve this situation. And I'm agitating because I think that this NIFTEM has a very important role to improve the hygiene issue. As I mentioned to you, this is a situation. The cows are eating and they're doing the business next to our food. And we can't afford this. And they create a situation that you become sick. So I really and then take the lead in the leadership and improve it. But luckily, I'm sorry, luckily things are happening, and then I'll show to you later. And the alarming situation, the food safety and the hygiene, because of the time, I skip it. But I'm really hope that the NIFTEM will take the leadership and work with the government and improve the situation. And urbanization challenges, there are a lot of situations of the urbanization, and I've skipped this, but the food issue is related to the urbanization, and that I need to work with the NIFTEM as well as the government of India to address the urbanization as well as the food safety and then also the food losses. And again, I said the REACH stands for the reliable, innovative, consumer-oriented, and healthy diet. And then this consumer-oriented is not really happening in India. Majority of the focus being given to the farmers, but there is no big sort of the vision or the policy toward the consumers. So this is what we need to address and the health related to healthy issues. But as I said, India and especially in Haryana government took a major step to this new mandi near here, and 200 hectares of the new mandi right next door of the NIFTEM. So we will see that improvement. And then I also saw the one solution in the Surat. And the situation in Surat is much better compared to the Azatpur. It's cleaner. And then, those waste goes to the biogas and generating the gas, natural gas. And then it is connected to the grid system. So those food wasted are also generating the new energy. And at least it's not really the main purpose of the food, but at least those wasted food can have the second life. Now, I'm talking about this is going to be the last one. The best choice, the reduce and at the sources, but another important thing is the redistribution. If you see that the food are wasted, please contact an NGO. And then there are many still the urban population suffer from the lack of food. So the best way is to redistribute the food among those poor people. and then animal feed, and then it goes down to the increasing land, and at the end, the landfill. So these are the sort of choices on the food losses. But I encourage you to communicate with the NGO for the redistribution of food if you find that the more food is being wasted. Okay, these are the key solutions, 6 solutions, and this slide is available, but I just touched the establishing the packing houses to keep the shelf life longer, scale up and improve the packing solutions, enable circular use of the waste, and promote in the decentralized solar powered and cold storage, support microprocessing unit, and deploy digital tools. So these are the solutions that are available already in the India, and then NIFTEM is in the right place to promote this. So thank you very much.
Presentation, but at few points I do not agree with you. So you have shown some of the pictures which were of the backyard of the market, where wholesale market, that's the wholesale market of our country. And the part which you have shown, that is the waste disposal part. Anyway, so now here the different commodities are handled differently. Potato and onions are handled differently, and you have shown some of the slides where potato and onions were put in the jute bags. So these are mostly handled like this only, and potato and many other crops, they are handled differently. So anyway, you have mentioned about many things. We need to now adopt the new technologies. We need to reduce the losses. Losses are occurring, I agree with you. The planned studies have been already made, and commodity wise analysis have already been done. And cold storage capacity, I would like to mention you. Sometimes we are not aware about the real picture. So in the country, we were having only 25 million ton of the capacity for storage. Today we are having 39.7 million ton storage capacity, but shortfall is there. We need to increase our capacity for storage of the perishables to the tune of 69.5 million ton. There is a huge gap. Another point, also promoting through Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, where we are now putting all efforts for reducing the post-harvest losses, and integrated cold chain is now being promoted in the country, and large-scale adoption has already taken place. So these are the just few points which I wanted to add in your recommendation. Then Gannor market, which you have shown, a new market is now coming up. This all area will be shifted to the new market which is now under construction, and shortly this shifting will be done, and good
Yes,
things will happen. Thank you so much for
yes,
excellent.
I'm glad that you are opposing my argument, because my point is to raise an awareness. And then if you don't, if I agitate it, I achieved my purpose here.
Thank you.
Have to go back, and then so I cannot say.
Stay for a moment. So as I have been told by the organizers that we need to now felicitation is to be done
At this
for some
juncture, I would
splits.
like to
So now I hand over to the organizers for the next event. Yeah, please.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our respected session co-chairs and all the eminent speakers for sharing their valuable time, knowledge, and insights with us today. Now, I would like to request our session co-chairs to kindly felicitate our distinguished guest speakers with a memento as a token of love and appreciation, along with the commitment to sustainability and growth. May I request Dr. Elizabeth to please come forward for a photograph. Now, I would like to request may I have a big round of applause for ma'am? Now, I would like to request Dr. Christine to please come forward. Thank you so much, ma'am, for shedding light into such a wonderful topic. A big round of applause for ma'am, please. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Mr. Takayuki for the felicitation ceremony. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your valuable time and being here with us. I would like to invite her to kindly felicitate our session co-chairs for today as an appreciation for their guidance and leadership for this session. Stage management team, kindly get the mementos for felicitation. Oh, oh, okay. Fine, fine. We'll continue with the felicitation ceremony at the end of the session. We are now heading for a short tea break for 15 minutes and we will be meeting you again at 11:30. The tea break at the VVIP launch and for others it is at the indoor stadium. to start with our next segment for today's session of keynote speakers. Now, I would like to request our session co-chairs to kindly introduce to us our next keynote speaker for today. Over to you both, sir.
Well, so I welcome you all for the after tea session. So we are left with now 4 presentations. So I'm going to invite now one of our renowned speaker in the area of post-harvest management. And I would like to first introduce Dr. Alexei E. Soloveitchenko. He is a professor at Lomonosov Moscow University, Russia. His research focuses on biotechnology, green technologies, and microalgae, with core expertise in botany, photosynthesis, biochemistry, and pigment. A central theme of his work is the study of carotenoids, chlorophyll, and fatty acids, particularly under environmental and nutritional stress conditions. His highly cited contributions on Paretochlorosis incisa and plant photoprotection have influenced both fundamental plant science and applied food-related research. He also brings strong analytical proficiency in techniques such as HPLC, GCMS, alongside an extensive publications and editorial record. We are very happy to have you here. So we would like to hear from you. Today he is going to speak on the topic pre and post-harvest monitoring of fruit crops using artificial intelligence assisted hyperspectral imaging. The floor is yours now. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. But first, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me and for letting me to deliver my talk today. So, as you have seen from the introduction, our scientific life is diverse and helps us to keep us going. And today I try to show how the finding from basic science can be implemented closer to the practice. And I'll continue the line set by speakers from Israel and Italy yesterday, and we'll talk a little bit more on hyperspectral imaging of crop plants and how to go with this. So, why do we need monitoring of fruit crops? Because current fruit growing industry suffers from the number of problems, just to name a few, yield losses which can be as high as 40%, a lack of end-to-end control, lack of precise yield forecast, and gaps in logistics and packaging. So what do we need to cope with these problems? Of course, more precise forecasting, estimation of ripeness already in the field, already in the orchard, and informed decisions on harvest window, so when to harvest actually. We need orchard inventory and early detection of stresses, pests, diseases, and of course damages, and all the sorts of knowledge-driven planning decisions for orchard, storage, and packing house resources, automation of leasing, logistics, orchard maintenance, and of course harvesting. And I need to tell you that horticulture is still very labor intensive and still difficult for automation. Let's see how can we go about this. So to solve the just mentioned problems, one needs to compose a consistent data set, including images, which can be conventional or hyperspectral, and they should be georeferenced, and they should be complemented with additional metadata, all in all, consisting what is called digital twin of orchard. And this work starts already in the orchard before even fruit set, so in pre-harvest time. What happens next? Then we need.
Just you check. Slides are not. Sorry, in between I am interrupted. Just you check.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's
that was the introduction. And this is what can be named orchard twin, digital twin of orchard. This is a map of, for example, distribution of crop load, which is very important. So it directs the agronomist where should he or she put more attention. So what happens next? Next, we need to extract sensible information from hyperspectral images. For example, what happens with fruit? Are they ripe? What is the distributions of damage? And so on and so on. How to do this? We can leverage the power of reflectance indices that have been mentioned before in this audience. They were initially made for remote sensing of vegetation. So each pixel of hyperspectral image contains a reflectance spectrum, and each spectrum is getting processed, and for each spectrum these vegetation indices are calculated to retrieve chlorophyll, carotenoids, anthocyanins, damaged pigments, and something else as well. For example, what can we do with this? One of the problems I mentioned before is the estimation of ripeness. Normally, for this purpose, destructive tests are used in the lab. For example, Streif index and the like. If one knows the amount of chlorophyll and carotenoids in the fruit, it's possible to forecast the rate of ripening either on tree or off tree without even touching the fruit. So the chlorophyll pigment serves in this case as an internal marker of every physiological process taking place in the fruit. I tell you more that if one knows the chlorophyll at the moment of picking of a fruit from the tree, it's possible to predict the rate of harvest in the storage. And all this for a good reason, because pigments sell in the lab, no problem. But when we go to real orchard, we immediately encounter a lot of troubles from geometry and fluctuating illumination. Interference from background objects like leaves, branches, soil, and of course heterogeneity of the fruit itself. It's easy to imagine that even within a single fruit, ripening can go at different rates. The sunlit side, which faces direct solar illumination, can ripen faster than shaded side that looks inside the canopy, for example. To overcome these difficulties, we propose integral form of vegetation indices, when the whole fruit serves as a region of interest, and then we select ranges of values which are most sensitive to processes we are looking after, for example, ripening. Okay, here we have indices, what to do next. And here comes into play the machine learning, which greatly facilitates. So, as you know, machine learning algorithms operate on features, characteristic traits of the objects. So spectral indices serve as the features which can be fed to the algorithms of machine learning, like random forest, support vector machine, or convolutional artificial networks. And as a result, we have a clear distribution of the trait of interest, for example, ripeness, damages, and so on and so on. How it works in practice. As was underlined yesterday, the multispectral and hyperspectral sensors became cheaper, and in principle they can be fitted to each piece of agricultural machinery now. And this machinery doing ground trip on orchards, on spraying, fertilizer, everything, accumulates the image data, then can be uploaded to cloud server from data terminal at orchard, for example. And then this information is complemented with our data readings, our feed tags, everything which is relevant to the orchard management, processed and then converted to figures meaningful for farmers, agronomists, manager, and consumers eventually. I'm forgetting about this. So this is about ripeness. It can be estimated non-invasively without even touching the fruit, provided that chlorophyll and carotenoids are changing along the ripeness, on tree and off tree, of course. Still, we need to overcome the problems of measurement images in real life. And we can do this with few mathematics and spectroscopy. And now we have machine learning algorithms to process spectral features in a sensible way. And the whole infrastructure which supports application of these approaches in orchards. And this I started to talk about. This is a practical examples of pilot implementation of the technical solutions in real commercial orchards, which have been done over several seasons in large fruit growing companies in the south of Russia, where we did forecasting of yield by monitoring of apple and continuously improved forecasts by sensing ripeness and damages. So as a result, the digital twins of the orchards have been generated, which achieved 85% precision, which considered not bad at the current level of accuracy in such forecasts. And the potential losses have been taken down approximately by 50%. So if you take home messages, the use of chlorophyll as an internal marker helps to overcome a lot of problems arising from local conditions, weather, growing practices, many random factors. Spectral indices initially made for remote sensing of vegetation are really monitoring apple ripening and many other processes. So we should not ditch them when we have machine learning, just for the sake of use machine learning. We need to carry on with that luggage of knowledge which has been produced before, and still it's sensible and useful. An image processing algorithm combining morphology and spectral features are most efficient than use features based on spectral data together with modern algorithms of machine learning. So that were my key points. And I thank you for your attention.
For this presentation, where you have clearly mentioned about the role of this digital and artificial intelligence based solutions. So we really liked it through that remote sensing of the vegetation, with the practice which you have standardized. It's really a useful way where we can use this reflectance spectrum for the and further processing that data for drawing some meaningful conclusions. So because this is the time now where machine learning and all other things are required to be taken forward. Thank you so much. Well, so now in the series today, Dr. Asghar Ali is available with us. Dr. Asghar Ali has come from United Arab Emirates University, UAE, and today he is going to speak on the role of modern post-harvest technologies in transforming the future food systems in developing countries. And before I request him to start his presentation, I would like to give his brief introduction. He is a distinguished professor at the College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine, United Arab Emirates. Prior to joining this university, he has served as a professor of sustainable food systems at University of Nottingham, where he directed the Center of Excellence for Post-Harvest Biotechnology and led initiatives on food resilience. His expertise spans on the food system in the wide areas: horticulture, crop physiology, post-harvest technology, and food processing. He has received multiple awards, so I request him to start his presentation. We will be very happy to hear him. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I think I can see very few crowd after the tea break. That's good. Actually, that's a good symptoms. You are doing very well. So thank you very much for the chairman. And I would like to wish my sincere gratitude to the NIFTM, especially Dr. Sunil Parekh, who has invited me to come over here. I just changed my institution from Nottingham to UAE just 2 weeks before. It was very tough for me to move, but thanks to Dr. Sunil Parekh. Systematic approach of sustainable management of diseases, post-harvest diseases, when we talk about disease management, people are using a lot of fungicides and the city environmental problems. I'm not going to discuss. We all know about it. So we are using the natural materials to control those, manage those disease, and how we can increase the efficacy. So our approach is that we don't want like 100%. You can't get the 100% efficacy when you are using the natural product. So how you are using the different natural product, and if you are combining, blending together some other natural product, you can increase the efficacy of these products. So most of the work was done in this. Okay, it's not moving here. If I'm moving there, it's not moving here. If I'm moving here, it's not moving there. Okay, so let me just give you a brief. This is the University of Nottingham. It has a 3 branch campuses, 5 branch campuses, 3 in Nottingham, 1 in China, and 1 in Malaysia. Yes, it's not moving here. Okay, so if I have a mic, I would be easier to just look around here. So this is a Malaysia campus, and we have very similar to this is the sentence we founded in 2010, and in the Malaysia campus, we basically focus on reducing post-harvest losses. So what we do is like we combine fundamental research. If I'm moving here, it's not moving here. No, see? Yeah, that's the issue. So the slide's moving there, it's not moving here. All right. So we combine fundamental research together with applied research to solve the problems around Southeast Asia. So this is a tremendous contribute to the agriculture scientists, the crop scientists. If you look at the data here, from 1960 to 2020-24, the increase is double. Most of the crop species, they produce more than what they were producing in 1960. So it's tremendous contribution from the crop scientists. Still, we are having food insecurity, and to some extent, food security is improved due to the production of crops, high-yielding varieties, and other things. But still, you can see we are lagging behind the demand of this product, and we do the green revolutions. We used to increase 3.5% per year, but barely we can increase more than 1 or 1.6% per yield, because the threshold value is already reached unless we do go for something different technologies to produce more and more crops per unit area. I'm not to go touch about. Still, we are facing 1.3 billion tons of food waste every year, but this is a very conservative. One of the reasons is not improved. I was just reading International Food Policy Research Institute. Most of the funding, they're given 95% crop production and only 5% on the post-harvest. But it has improved recently due to Melinda Gates Foundations and other foundations. They are increasing some money on this one. And what I found that in the results, they invest 5% and the return they get it 95% from the whatever they spent on the post-harvest. So 95% money they put on focus on just producing more and more crops, and out of that 30% we are losing. So it is not viable to talk about much on producing more and more crop in a non-sustainable manner. One of the reasons what we found that this is the reason behind the post-harvest losses is skill gap. Still we are teaching traditional post-harvest things, So in Malaysia campus, I think Julian was there. So we have modernized all these courses, post-harvest losses. Technological gap, if we teach, we don't produce technological knowledge, know how to handle those produce and all those things. So we need to introduce new post-harvest, we need to revamp whole module or courses on the post-harvest looking at the current scenario. So these are some of the reasons. When we talk about tropical regions, so I focus on stable in nature in compared to temperate crops. And one of the reasons is the post-harvest diseases and faster ripening. This can be controlled using chemical fungicides, and which is non-sustainable in a manner. So I'm talking focus about anthracnose disease, which is caused by Clotrichum species, and you name the crop in the tropical region, it infects all the crops, papaya, banana, tomatoes, mangosteen, whatever you say about it. So our group is focusing more on anthracnose disease, and one of the reasons is that it has the quiescent infection, so you don't see the infection on the field. So once it is come to the cold room, and when it start ripening, you can see the infection on the field. So one of the novel approach, we are using natural product to control this, manage this disease. And one of the things like edible coatings, it is familiar to everyone. It is, it's like any material which enrobes food to extend the shelf life or you can eat together. Other reason is that excessive use of plastic packaging. So EPA says that 1.6 million metric tons plastic is coming from fresh produce. All the plastic is used in the covering the fruits. And you can see some of the waxes coming on the fruit surface. So benefits of edible coating is like, it can modify the atmosphere, it can induce resistance in some cases, and delay ripening, enhance aesthetic values, and all those things getting popular. So we started this work in 2015 using chitosan, and if you know the chitosan, it is totally waste material. It is also a reutilization of waste material. It's coming from the fish and the skulls and deacetylated. After deacetylation become chitin, which is highly polycationic in nature. So it has a several mode of action like induced resistance, polycationic in nature, which control the diseases, we use on papaya and bell pepper. You can see that this is a papaya. It's a very exotic papaya. It was developed in Malaysia by Dr. Chan, a very good in flavor. So you can look at that. Its mode of action is that there is no arrow. So if you look at this as a healthy conidia, and when we touch with chitosan, the conidia becomes shrinking, and is avoid the development of this conidia on the in vitro. That is one of the mode of the action. Polycationic in nature is attract the negative from the conidia itself. And you can see that the several fold decrease in the disease incidence. The green color is the 2% chitosan, and the red one is 1.5. As similarly, the disease severity was reduced when they are in touch with the chitosan coating. And you can see the real picture here. This is a 7% anthracnose incidence in 1.5% chitosan, and this is a controlled papaya on my left-hand side. And you can see that weight loss and firmness was almost maintained for 5 weeks because of modified atmosphere nature of this high polymer coating. And you can see that this is a different concentration. If you look at the D and E, we found D concentration is fantastic. E, you can see that if you look at that, it's in better in conditions. But the problem is that when it took out, it failed to ripen at all. The reason is that it's completely modified. There was no ethylene. We wanted to find out the reason what happened in this. By looking at that, it looks very fantastic after 4 weeks. So we found out that, look at the respiration rate and ethylene. You can see on that day, the green color one, there was no ethylene production at all. So that was the reason it's completely modified. If you put a higher coating concentration, this completely modified the internal atmosphere and the CO2, and there was a very less respiration rate in that. To know, because we wanted to go much further, what is happening inside the fruit. So we take out the gas, we develop this technique, take out the gas from inside the cavity of the fruit, analyze the ethylenes and other conditions in that. And we also look at this SEM. You can see micrograph saying that this is the left-hand side is coated one, and right-hand side is pericarp of the fruit was totally distorted. So this is somehow is also protect the covering of the fruit surface, which was not by the naked eye. You can't see by the naked eye. So only SEM can show that. You can see that only 2.19 micrometer. We also tried on bell pepper, and you can see very good results in bell pepper in using chitosan. What was the problem was that, like I showed you, if you go further more than 2% of chitosan, it doesn't allow it failed to ripen the fruit because of highly polycationic in nature. And we wanted to make it into nano emulsion, then it it can cover the higher surface area. We also found out that it is happening due to the induction of PR proteins or induced resistance. So we wanted to see how it can further penetrate inside the seed. So we make it like a nano emulsion with the friend of Professor Shiva Kumar. He's one of the nanotechnologists, and we make it further, and we say that we found out that it is due to the induced resistance. So why don't we apply on the crop and look at the post-harvest quality? So we started doing on dragon fruit because this is one of the important crops in Malaysia, and this is devastated by anthracnose disease. So we sprayed during the field. You can see that different, and we found some resistance. You can see this is anthracnose disease. All these mycelia was reduced using the different concentration and plus different nano emulsion. We failed to manage less than 200 nanometers, so we say it's not nano, it's a micro emulsion. I think Prof. Julian has looked this work very carefully, and this is, you can see that this is the work we have done it. So this is a fantastic result on the pre-harvest, and we have done it. You can see this is the conidia of this dragon fruit. It was totally distorted after using this chitosan nano, more efficacy as compared to the normal emulsion. We tried on the fruit. So you can see that this is a control fruit, and this is 600 nanometer of 1% chitosan. So look fresh, and there was very less disease in this fruit crops. So we find 1% chitosan plus 200 nanometer and 600 nanometer gave the similar results. We continue with that. We also tried on tomatoes, ultra-assisted chitosan. It works very well. So like I said, in order to improve further efficacy, so what we did is composite blended coating. So some people say that chitosan, those who have have some allergic to this chitosan, so they were not very happy to take this product, or vegetarian or vegan people. So we developed another coating. This coating comes from our lab. We developed gum arabic plus chitosan. So gum arabic is we all know in India gond, right? So everybody use it gond. It's a very safe emulsifier using that. But in bananas. So you can see that. Very good thing is that you can see this is also reducing this chilling injury in star fruits. 10% gum arabic is working very well on gum arabic, especially on the chilling injury symptoms. And you can see that this is the gum arabic, we use it. So you can see that what the figure I'm showing it is good true. So it is very good in reducing the ripening, delaying the ripening, but it's not controlling the disease. If you look at T5, it's not controlling the disease. When we added chitosan here, you can see the better performance, gum arabic plus 1% chitosan. So when we added some chitosan, because we use a small amount of chitosan, a lower molecular weight, it is very highly antimicrobial as compared to high molecular weight. So, and we further wanted to increase this efficacy. Like I said, it's a very systematic approach. It's not like you jump here and there. This is what people have doing fragmented work on these natural products. So they're trying here. So we then further move from gum arabic and propolis. If you know that this is coming from the beehive, very high phenolic content in that. So this is and people used to throw that one. So we collected this one, and we use you already use in the pharmacy, and this is very expensive in China if you go there. Propolis. So very high phenolic content is there. And you can see that we tried on banana, and that is much better performance as compared to previous coating here. But when we use the propolis alone, we found that due to the highly phenolic content, it's causing toxicity to the fruits. So that's why we have to blend it with other coatings. So if you see, even 1% ethanolic extraction or 0.5% ethanolic extraction of propolis is giving the fight. It's not the disease, it's a phytotoxic effect of propolis because of the high phenolic content, which is causing browning on the fruit surface. Just 1 minute. And then what we did, the propolis, gum arabic, and essential oil. Further improvement in that to reduce this capacity. So what we did, cinnamon oil, propolis, and gum arabic, with all from my previous students, we are doing it. And we have tried on chili, because chili is a very important crop in Malaysia, and anthracnose disease is causing a lot of problem to the chili in Malaysia. And you can see that 5% gum arabic, 5% propolis, and 0.01 oil is giving a very good results in this chili. So in conclusion, coating can be prepared from the natural product, but the problem is there. We try to go for commercialization, because there is no perfect blend which can apply to most of the crops. It's because of nature of the fruits and covering of the fruits. So it has to be like a tailor-made, like a tailor-made. So every crop, and that is one of the hindrance in these edible coating problems, that you have to tailor-made for each crop, or so that is causing some of the issue in commercialization. But still, many edible coatings are coming out. So like I said, you can see, this is one of the 8 innovations come like gum arabic coating from our lab. Some of the features come, that means that the people around the world, population as well as the scientists, have this kind of interest to go into this particular research. The purpose of showing is here. So you can see that it is on the UK website, or the Sky in the US, and National Geography in Hungary. So they published this sustainability issue on the fruit supply chain. So in the Star newspaper in Malaysia. And they become also mostly highly cited publications in different journals. This shows that there is an interest in this particular area. We should go into that and explore further. And there is a lot of potential. You can get it from there. This is also, you can see that it's not only one, I think 6-7 articles become top 25 articles. And after that, the chief editor of this post-harvest biology invited 4 of us, Gianfranco Romanazzi from Italy, Elazar Fali from Israel, myself, and Luis Palau, to write an review article, which always come 5 or 10 years in a post-harvest biology, to look at the grass plant effect. Yes, and also, like I said, it can be modern post-harvest technology can reduce the food insecurity. There are some ways, like we are looking into this way, using the novel diagnostic methods for this. And like many people said, it's an inevitable process. We can't reduce the 100% stoppage. This is one of the slides I always influenced by these people. Just using a simple technology, just changing the bag with this container has an impressive impact on improving the food security. So just is a matter of applying the right technology at the right place. It doesn't have to be very fantastic, very expensive technology. So this is the impact: 8 countries, 98% reduction, and these people were. This is the last 2 slides. At the end, we can't, it is inevitable, we can't totally reduce the food waste and food losses. Even though, so what we can do, we can extract the protein from this current project we are doing from the dairy and non-dairy product, because it's a big market of food waste valorization, 44 billion industries. So we are extracting these novel compounds from the food waste, from the cereals, especially legumes and all these things. With this, I would like to thank to our collaborators. They are wonderful to work with them, with being a part of Nottingham. But recently, last 2 weeks before, I moved to United Arab Emirates. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asghar, for completion of presentation in time. And you have given insight on the post-harvest part, particularly modern technologies, which you have beautifully explained. And you have provided highlights on the edible coating and biopreservatives. Particularly, you have used chitosan-based coatings, which you have mentioned. And then again, you have further collaborated with propolis. It's very interesting that bee propolis that you have also used. It's a very good idea, which could be used along with chitosan in a formulation mode that could be utilized. And then further, you utilize the plant essential oils also. So you have all the crops, means where you have mentioned papaya, then dragon fruit. Dragon fruit, we call it Kamlam. So India has also done a kind of branding, and we call it Kamlam, a new name. And then tomato, banana, which you mentioned, and I agree with you that subtropical fruits are little difficult to handle in comparison to the temperate and all other crops. Thank you so much for an excellent presentation which you have made. Well, now the turn comes for Mr. Sudhanshu Gupta, because these all are the private players. They are the persons who in real sense practical applications they are tailored. So Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, Mr. Sudhanshu Gupta is available with us today, and he is the co-founder of He is the co-founder of InnoFarms, named SNL Innovations, bringing over a decade of global expertise, experience in process innovation. Oh, okay. Well, okay. So prior to his entrepreneurship, he spent more than 8 years at Procter and Gamble, where he led the design and delivery of manufacturing ready processes for assembled product categories. His expertise spans process modeling and simulation, equipment design, prototype testing, and validation. So, Mr. Sudhanshu, he holds master degree in advanced materials and processes, and he's BTech. He's a chemical engineer, basically. So he combines strong scientific rigor with business acumen to drive scalable and sustainable industrial solutions. We are eager to listen to you. So he is going to speak on, I think, topic that has not been mentioned.
Sir, it was
You
not-
will, you yourself will
Yeah.
mention in your presentation. Please carry on.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind words. I'll try to complete the presentation before time because I don't need to talk more about what is post-harvest losses and where all it is happening. I think all the presentations and eminent speakers before me have talked about where the post-harvest losses are happening and what is the impact, and 40% are going waste. So our focus has been on reducing post-harvest losses by processing. Processing not at the centralized factories, but at the decentralized level. Decentralized means directly at the farm gate. So yesterday, Honorable Minister was talking about bringing the factory to the farm gate. So that is something which we have been working on since last 7 years. I'll quickly keep moving on this one. Yeah. So we produce quite a lot, but there's a lot of wastage, greenhouse gases, price reduction, and then mandi issues we have all seen. So what we came up with the solution, so the whole hypothesis was, if the processing, be it dehydration, be it aseptic, be it freeze drying, if it can happen at the farm gate, if you can do it at the farm gate, you can reduce the losses. On top, you can use the farm ripened fruits. You don't need to pluck unripened mangoes. You don't need to pluck unripened papayas, but you can pluck the ripened one, process it, because that will have a little bit better nutrient value and the consumers will be getting the top quality product. Then the second point was we have to do something which is big processing unit. So it's a whole aseptic unit from fruit washing till packaging happening within a 40 feet container or a 20 feet container, depending on what capacities you're talking about. Processing not very high capacities. So at low capacities, even the farmer groups, cooperatives, they can use it. Crops which have extremely low shelf life or extremely small fruiting season can be processed, because you process it, you bring the container, you process it, take it to the next level, take it to the next location. In horticulture, you cannot keep on changing the crops every 6 months. So you have to move the unit rather than moving the crop. And so we did 3-4 years went by in doing the development and everything. And now what we have achieved is a high quality aseptic products with 18-month shelf life, product tested with Eurofins and all the SGSs of the world. And units are, enabled for C certification. If we have to export it, we have already started exporting, but still in developing, not yet in developed nation. So what is the impact of this processing on our top line is let's say for the guava, because from FAO it was mentioned again and again. Guava is wasted a lot because it does not have a shelf life of more than 12 hours. If it is ripened, it will not survive till the evening if it has been plucked in the morning. So our starting crop was guava. So in Savai Madhopur, which is like 3.5 hours famous for Ranthambore Tiger Reserve. So we started over there. So when it is ripened, it has no price, but when it is pulp processed, 18-month shelf life, and it is supplied across the country without any cold storage. So no wastage of energy on maintaining the cold chain and putting the heat pumps and the compressor on the work. So wastage reduction, employment, and all these, whatever we are talking about, those SDGs, we are working over there. And so harvest, wash, sort, crushing, pulping. So this whole process is happening. I think, yeah, I'm well on time. So what we have 1,000 metric tons have been saved. 2.5 CR, it's a starting point only. And per unit, it is roughly 10 to 12 jobs which we create. 16 processing units have been installed in the country. And now I'll be taking through some of the case studies of the work which we have done. So this is a unit, like you can see, it's a 23 feet container. It's not huge. It's not big factory. It's just under the sky. You just need to clean the area around, and then farmers can bring in their fruits. They do initial sorting. We do the manual sorting. We don't do image-based sorting, though we have another product available, but it also involves some of the labor. So that there is more employment generation, though, okay, from the employability point of view, it's not great, but still we do it. So lychee was never aseptically processed in the country because it's a 25-day production season. So for 25 days of production season, no one was ready to invest $3 to $4 million to put a large-scale aseptic line. But with this solution, we got the line over there. They processed the lychee, aseptic lychee for the first time, and now we have supplied it to multiple juice buyers. So what we do additionally is we provide the unit to the farmers. We sell them, or in this particular case, it was leased for the first 2 years. So we sell the unit, farmers, cooperatives. We do the buyback and provide it to the market. With cooperatives or with the SMEs, we don't do the buyback because they don't need, they already have a business. So we are trying to convert farmers to SMEs, and for after 1 or 2 years, they don't generally need our support or our handholding. So the next one is Seebuckthorn in Nubra. Nubra, pretty tough terrain. Seebuckthorn in US, it is called Wonderberry, and quite good. That's what I have been told. I'm not a biologist or a food nutritionist, so maybe I'm wrong. Omega-5, omega-7 fatty acids people have been talking about. So, but till now in India, Seebuckthorn was grown. It was processed, mixed with potassium metabisulfite and other preservatives, and then supplied in the local market. So in local market, great, but if you have to export the pulp, not doable with the Indian product. So again, this is just a small container, again 23 feet container went there. It is installed. It does Seebuckthorn when the season is there, and it is also doing apricots and apple with the same unit. 18-month shelf life, export ready, first product was already sold to US. So people who never thought of doing aseptic in their life, $4-5 million is a big number. In any country, it is a big number, be it India, be it Germany. But getting that done for 1/20th the price or 1/30th the price, people are ready to take the chances. So that's what we have shown, like this lychee. So initial 3 years was a lot of R&D, but after that things have been moving pretty quick. Then one more example is of pineapples in Northeast. Northeast pineapples, very good in taste, high brix value, 70% going to the like garbage basically, because no one needs. The transport is the problem. Once it is fully ripened, it does not survive for more than 24, 36 hours. So what can be done? Process it over there. So interesting part is when your farm ripened fruits were getting processed, so the market, our buyer actually came to the site and was trying to confirm whether we have added any sugar or not, because it was so sweet. So for the farmer, it was great. Like earlier they were throwing off or just like supplying it to the local people. Now they are able to process it and sell it. The first, last year it was done, so first results came out pretty good with our juice manufacturers. And so next year we are planning with some couple of more FPOs and cooperatives. So yeah, so carbon production is reduced because no more greenhouse gases, zero refrigeration, storage at ambient, and so we deploy some of the further heat pump technologies and other systems as well, which reduces our fuel consumption. So units have been designed that you can actually run it at any farm gate. If you want to run it with solar, great, do it. If you want to run it with a generator, great, do it. So looking at the Indian or the developing market scenario, we have actually worked on. Yeah. So SDGs, zero hunger, direct. So employment generation, wastage reduction, and processing at the farm gate. So now the people at the villages also have the possibility to make the finished product. So these are all the states which we are working on right now. 16 units done. In India, since aseptic came into the market 91 or 89, since then there are 40 units in the country. We have done 16 and our target is to complete 40 by end of this year. So capacities are low, but at least people are now aware that what can be done. We actually asked for the investors, policymakers, business innovators, because there are multiple issues what we have seen in these last 7 years and which needs to be solved. We are thankful to Dr. Parekh for helping us out and connecting us and inviting us for this eminent gathering where we can show what we are doing and get the feedback from the people who have spearheaded this whole game of post-harvest management, processing way ahead of time. I'm not a food guy, but yeah, for last 7 years, I've become one. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhanshuji. So you mentioned about this mobile aseptic unit. It's really a very good system which they have made available, and it's very good for on-farm processing. And the beauty of this system is that it's a multi-crop ready, and moreover, it is applicable for some of the crops which are having very short window. Either it's lychee or it's a sea buckthorn. So he has just gone from subtropical area to the temperate. Typical temperate climatic condition is the cold desert zone. That also you have addressed. Thank you so much. We really need such kind of devices where we can at the farm gate we can process the product, and further same day we can process and same day export, and it can be moved towards the export channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the insight which you have provided. So now for the next presentation, Dr. Surendra Singh Chauhan from the University of Melbourne. He is today available with us. So I'm going to request him to please come on the dais. So Dr. Surendra Singh Chauhan, let me give brief introduction about him. He is the Deputy Director of the Melbourne India Postgraduate Academy, Faculty of Science at the University of Melbourne. His research focuses on developing sustainable and efficient livestock production systems for high quality animal protein. With extensive teaching and research experiences across Australia, India and US, he leads major Australia-India collaborations in sustainable livestock production with ICR institutions. So Dr. Chauhan has made number of good publications, and he has been the frequent invited speaker at the various platforms, international platforms, and he has guided numerous PhD and master students. So floor is yours, Dr. Chauhan.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra, for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation. So I'm going to change the gear a little bit now, because from the crops, focus is going to be on livestock, and I'm not going to talk about post-harvest wastage, but I'm going to talk about wastage which is happening in form of methane, and some people already mentioned, which leads to global warming, and of course also wastage of energy. So I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to talk about a little bit why this food security has become such an issue. And I couldn't agree more with all the speakers. If we keep wasting food like this, the biggest challenge we will have, how are we going to feed this growing human population? And the real challenge is actually in the less developed countries. We need to think about Africa and many other countries in Asia, because we don't simply want to produce more, we also want to make sure that we protect our environment. So that's really the challenge. And actually, it's not only just the better food, it's the quality of food as well. The booming middle class, especially here in India or China and other countries, they are not just asking for food, they are asking for quality food. And that's the reason that demand for animal protein is also growing. And I know people are concerned about eating animal protein. I'm going to take this challenge today, and I'll try to change some of people's mind today here. So especially the demand for that animal protein, again, it's not growing in the developed countries, it's growing in the less developed countries. One of the reasons was traditionally less consumption, and with the rising income, now they are asking for more animal protein. And another reason also is because in the more developed countries, now the message is around environmental health, animal welfare, and sustainability. That's the reason the demand has plateaued. But if we look at the less developed countries, the demand is still growing. And as I said before, it is being driven by the demand for quality food. So that's the good news, but this is the bad news. The animal performance is already compromised. Animal welfare is already compromised by the increased temperature as a result of global warming. These heat waves, be it in India, be it in Australia, be it anywhere, even in UK, Europe, facing heat waves, that's what is happening as a result of climate change. Another good bad news, which is a commitment. How can we produce more when we have already committed that we must reduce emissions? So it's a different challenge, that we need to produce more animal food when we have to reduce the emissions at the same time. And talking about reducing emissions, we must talk about agriculture. And if we talk about total emissions from agriculture, and you look at the livestock, if you look there in blue, enteric fermentation, which is the methane produced by the livestock, which is a major contributor. And that's the role, that how can we reduce those emissions. But I want to remind you that let's not forget, what do the livestock eat? We are talking about reducing waste. If we don't have livestock, we will have even more wastage. Why? Because the livestock, the ruminants, they eat what we cannot eat. They are eating the plant fiber, and fermentation of that fiber, they use microbes, and that's where there is methane production happening. So what is the solution? I'm saying the livestock plays very important role in the food basket that we are talking about. We talk about essential nutrients, minerals, vitamins. The animal protein is a very rich source of that. And as I said before, it is not just the source of these nutrients. Livestock is the part of the social fabric. Go out of the less, more developed countries into the less developed countries, you will see the livestock is actually a sort of a social security for the farmers, and it is used for multiple purposes. More than that, we are talking about circularity. Let me explain to you. Majority what livestock is eating, the grass, the leaves, fodder crops, crop residues, oil seed cakes. The problem is just the 13% grains. That's where the problem is. And if we reduce that grain usage in livestock, we focus on grass-fed cattle, grass-fed animal, it is actually adding to the circularity we are talking about. Now, how many of you are using oat milk? Any hands up? Thank you. Keep doing that, because while you use you enjoy your oat milk, I can still enjoy a glass of cow milk, because the amount of wastage in oats, 38% is edible, 62% is unedible, and that's what can be used for livestock feed, and we can produce another glass of cow milk. Yes, I have to be honest with you. There is the problem. Problem is when we push the maximum, when we try to maximize animal production by finishing them on grains, feedlots especially, which fortunately is not a problem for India, it's a problem for countries like Australia or United States or many other countries. If we feed, as I said, as long as livestock production remains within circularity, which is feeding predominantly on grass, livestock is not a problem. Actually, they are helping with the circularity, and they are a part of the solution to maintain our environment healthy. So what do we need to do? 3 things. Number 1, train the next generation of scientists. You all are teaching, we have a teaching responsibility, because these are the people who will have to face that challenge of feeding 10 billion people by 2050. Many of us speakers today will not be in the room, but you guys will be in the room. So what you need to be prepared for, you will need to understand not just food processing technologies. I'm sorry, I would say you need to go and take a step back. Understand the whole farm production system. Then you will value the products and the quality. You will need to understand how the growth is happening, how the food is produced, and then you will also, of course, need to use the technologies, because you will need more efficient production system, and then, of course, more efficient storage, processing, and so on. The second thing, as the theme of this conference, innovation, is going to be very, very important. And again, we should not work in isolation. We would need, if we really you want healthy food, healthy planet, we need to work together. We need soil scientists, environment people, plants, animals, food scientists. We all have to work together, and that's what we are doing at the University of Melbourne. Our school, School of Agriculture, Food and Ecosystem Sciences, we have soil scientists, animal scientists, ecology people, animal scientists, all working together, trying to produce quality food that supports human health, but also supports our environment. And in that, we are focusing on early career researchers, very important, mid-career people. We need big data, thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. We need precision there, we need hyperspectral analysis, we need those computing, we need all the informatics that would be required. And then, what am I doing? What our research group is doing? 2 things we are doing. Number 1, reducing greenhouse gas emission, which is methane from livestock. Second, protecting animal welfare. It's not only about food, it is a concern. The heat stress, global warming is a concern for animal welfare. So we are developing strategies how to reduce that heat stress in livestock. But today, I'll just share with you quickly what we are doing to reduce methane emissions from the livestock. This is our University of Melbourne farm. We call it a living laboratory. 2,400 acre farm, sheep, dairy, crops, all together, and used for teaching and research. That gives the hands-on training to students. And before we actually develop any technology, as you know, we need to have some evidence. We cannot go and start experimenting with live animals. There is an animal ethics issue. There is animal welfare involved. We need to make sure this works. So we started with in vitro fermentation system. thanks to Dr. Christine. She talked very well about polyphenols. Dr. Christine, we are using polyphenols and we are modifying the human microbiome, as you rightly said. Actually, very interesting, it is reducing methane. And we do have collaboration with INRAE. I'll speak to you later. And so what we did, we first started with a small study in sheep because obviously before you test on a larger number of animals, first you need to demonstrate in smaller number. Sheep are comparatively less expensive. And also, my colleague from Japan, I had a PhD student visiting from Hokkaido State University. He did the fantastic work. We were able to prove 25% reduction in methane emission feeding polygain, which is a sugarcane extract, rich source of polyphenol. And then we went to the Australian government because there is one very important aspect of research. Research done is not done if it is not published or it is not applied. Its application is very important, and that's what Australian government challenged us. Okay, this works, polyphenol works. Can you deliver it on the commercial farms? Will it be possible? How expensive it is? How are you going to deliver it? We said, you give us money, we'll show you. We involved commercial farmers. We involved feed companies who are producing these products. And I'm very happy to tell you that we were successful to demonstrate this in beef cattle. Again, look at that, grass-fed beef cattle. And then we reduced, in this case, 20 to 24% methane emissions. And then we went to, because some farmers, they had a concern, will it affect the calves, young calves? We said, okay, let's do this another one. We did a 6-month study in growing calves. Again, similar reduction, no negative effects on their health. By the way, I'm a veterinarian, so my first job is to look after the animal welfare. That's why when we do anything, we care about their welfare as well. We also did a study in sheep, because in Australia, sheep is a big industry. So again, 22% reduction in methane emissions. So polyphenols, as Dr. Christine mentioned, in humans, actually works differently in animals as well. But here we used it for reducing the fermentation, manipulating the microbiome, and reducing the fermentation. And right now, we are going to upscaling is very, very important. Now we are running a trial on a commercial dairy involving 550 cows. And maybe next year, if you call me again, I'll have some data on that. The last thing, heat stress. It is very well known now that animals, not just the humans, they are also negatively affected by heat. And their performance goes down. And poor animals, they will stop grazing. What they need? Shade. So we need shelter beds. In India, I know it's not possible, but we have to provide shade or we have to provide water to these cows when they are heat stressed. So that's what we have been doing. So there are 3 strategies. Either we physically protect these animals by shade management, or we provide some supplements or genetics. India has got a lot of indigenous cows that can tolerate heat much better than other animals. So these are some of the strategies. For example, in India, we will need well-ventilated sheds to protect these animals from the direct heat. Third and the last thing, collaborations. We must collaborate. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. If there is a knowledge, technology existing somewhere in the world, let us share it, because it's a common problem. And that's what I started when I first moved to Australia, because I worked in India before. We started this Australia-India collaboration for sustainable livestock production. We have worked across multiple institutes. In Bangalore in South, we have worked with IVRI. In the North, we have worked with Bihar. We are also working with, of course, how can I forget my own state, Himachal Pradesh. And not only exchanging knowledge, we are also developing capacity, providing lab trainings. We are also training vets on the farm. We are training on disease diagnostics as well. And we are not only with India, we have now started working in Africa. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Nairobi with International Livestock Research Institute. And we are also working with Christine with INRAE France, Jean-Francois, Italy, and we are also working with Hokkaido State University. So, just to summarize, food insecurity, I would say, growing demand for food is a big challenge, and it is aggravated by climate change. So we are going through a very difficult phase. That we have the growing human population asking for more food and quality food. At the same time, we have the challenge of climate change. And that's why we will need different sets of training. We will need different sets of research. From the livestock point of view, livestock are very, very important, let me tell you that. But yes, we need to reduce the methane production. We need to keep livestock, as I said, within optimization. Don't try to push the boundaries. And we will need those smart feed technologies. I shared with you one of the things that we are doing in Australia. And last but not the least, multidisciplinary, multinational collaborations are required. It is a shared challenge, and we all have the responsibility if we really want to produce healthy food for a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Surinder. You have flagged very important issues, and the challenges beautifully you mentioned, and the challenges, particularly this GHG emissions, methane production through animals, which you mentioned about it. So further, you mentioned about the solutions also. So several solutions you provided, you mentioned, and emission measurement, the device, the technique which you have, the protocol which is available with you, it's very praiseworthy, I should say. That is required to be taken forward. Then another point which you mentioned about the farm ready solutions, and then multidisciplinary as well as global collaborations. These are very interesting. India took the lead in organization of the G20 country meetings at Hyderabad. It was held One Health. So I was also one of the organizers at that time, and we discussed all such issues, and several recommendations were made, and those all recommendations were interconnected with all these areas. And I appreciate the initiatives which are being taken by your university, as well as collaborative programs which you are pursuing involving India as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. So well, friends, now we are left with the last presentation by Mr. Hitesh Kumar Bhattarai, if he is available. Yeah. Thank you so much. We are happy that you are here. Mr. Hitesh Bhattarai is an assistant for biotechnology at Kathmandu University. He earned his PhD in molecular biology from Weill Cornell Graduate School, where his research focused on in bacteria and the commercialization of scientific innovations. He completed his bachelor degree in biochemistry at Swarthmore College. Dr. Bhattarai brings a uniquely interdisciplinary perspective shaped by professional experience across finance, biotech startups, technology firms, and arms controls. So his academic interests span molecular biology and biochemistry. Well, we'll be very happy to hear from you. Dr. Hitesh, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the nice introduction. So I'm not really a food technologist. I'm not a post-harvest expert. So when coming to this meeting, when getting invited to this meeting, I decided to work on something that was in the news in Nepalese media a lot. And I think it could be a problem. It might be a problem in India as well. And I'll be talking about considerations for testing harmful pesticide residues in fruits and vegetables in Nepal. And that could also be an issue in India. So this is like my introduction slide. It gives you the economics of fruit and vegetable production. So in Nepal, the vegetable production since 2000 to 2023 has gone up significantly, almost 100% gone up, production itself inside the country. And the fruit production has also doubled during this duration. And I think it's probably a similar situation in India. And but this is probably not the situation in India, but it's a situation in Nepal. Like we're consuming a lot more than we're producing. There's a lot of wastage, and we're also consuming a lot. So we need to import very significant amounts of fruits and vegetables every year, and we do that from India and China a lot. And per capita fruit consumption, vegetable consumption has gone up during this 25-year period significantly also. and we import about 30 to 40% vegetables. And to increase yield in the fields, we use pesticides, 3 types of pesticides. I think that all of you would know already. So insecticides to kill the insect pests, herbicides to kill herbs, to kill weeds, and then fungicides to kill fungus pests. And there are major classes of, so this goes into my old chemistry background, different classes of pesticides. Most of them are insecticides like organophosphates, carbamates, pyrethroids, neonicotinoids, organochlorides, and sulfur and copper compounds. The last one is a fungicide, but the other ones, most of the other ones are all fungicides. The organochlorines, like these have been banned. The DDT and others like have already been banned for a fairly long time now, but they are very persistent and they have been banned. And pesticide use, so I was trying to figure out the data of how much herbicides we use, how much pesticide among the 3 different pesticides, how much of each one do we use in Nepal and in other countries. So this data is like compiled by AI, but coming from various sources. So in Nepal, I think we use a fairly low amount of herbicides per unit cropland, and it's very similar in India. The situation is very similar in India. In India also not much is used. I think in more developed countries like Japan, China, United States, they use a lot more pesticides. And the other trend I think that you can discern from this figure is that the pesticides, herbicides are used a lot in Japan, Japan, Brazil, China, and United States, and that's because they are growing a lot of GM crops, and that require a lot of herbicides, like Roundup, for example. And in Nepal and in India, we use a lot more insecticides and fungicides. And one interesting fact was that we use a lot of fungicides, and whether those remain in the food system later on, I think that's not very well known. Most of the work has been done on insecticides so far. And another slide I have put here is for the toxicity of the different classes of compounds against human health, how acutely they are very toxic and how chronically they are very toxic. So that's been given here, and as you can see, I think organochlorines, they last the longest, and they are the most deleterious forms of pesticides, and they have already been banned. But other forms are like organophosphates and carbamates are acutely very toxic, but they get degraded over a long period of time, and chronically they are not as toxic. Next, so there was a lot of hue and cry, I think, about 10-15 years ago, about pesticides used in maybe found in fruits and vegetables in Nepal, and there was in the media there was a lot of news about how there could be deleterious levels and that could impact our health. So far I can tell you, no one has acutely died of pesticide poisoning from the food they consume, but they might have long-term effects which are generally unknown. And 2 agencies are responsible for monitoring the pesticide level. One is in the field after the crop is grown, whether there are pesticides or not, that is monitored. And later on, when it goes out in the market, it's also monitored later on. And the rapid, so far, since 2015, rapid bioassay for pesticide residue test has been used to test for the pesticide residues. It carbamates and organophosphates, and doesn't test other residues. And the assay measures percent enzyme inhibition and can calculate IC50 reflecting toxicity levels. And so experts have warned against using this test relying completely on this test to test for residual pesticide level, because it is incapable of detecting several other classes of pesticides. and it's also very hard to reliably quantify the level of pesticide. Additionally, it can give false positives, like some plant compounds give false positives to the test, so it's not a very reliable test so far. And so far, testing has been done from 2014 to 2025, and as you can see in the figure, there are certain samples that have been tested positive, like not a lot of samples, but still significant number of samples have tested positive. And it's not just like the market in Kalimati, which is the center, the capital market. It's throughout the country. It's been tested, and some residual pesticide levels have been detected. So RPRB assay is not RBPR assay is not the most reliable assay. So we can use some other assays as well. LFI, lateral flow immunoassay, it can be used in the field itself. And ACHE biosensor and test cards can also be used in the field. And portable near-infrared spectroscopy that can also be used in the fields to test for pesticide levels. So these are all relatively cheap and can be deployed in the fields and in the market, in the field, like in the market, to test for samples. And these are more reliable assays. So once you get positive result, you probably need to confirm it using mass spectrometry, like GCMS or LCMS. You need to confirm it. So these are more reliable assays. And more recently, you have surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. It's very expensive to set up, but it's also very good at detecting pesticide levels. So there was one paper like which talked about published by so as you can tell from the data I presented, like it's not very well known whether pesticides residues remain in the fruit and vegetable samples or where they originate from. I think there's no tracing so far, but it's important to make sure that we don't have it in our food system. So phase 1 would be to standardize RPRB tests, screening at major wholesale markets. Phase 2 would be to deployable monitoring, like using NIR and other approaches, which are better. And further upgrade analytical capabilities, like using LCMS and GCMS, and further integrate into farms and border inspections, like potentially for imported vegetables and fruits, and also fruits and vegetables produced in the fields in Nepal also, and link with gap verification and digital traceability. So if you can trace where it came from, you could reduce it. So these are all plans for the future. And in conclusion, pesticide residue is a real concern in domestically produced and imported fruits and vegetables. Concurrent protocol current protocols detect limited pesticides in major vegetables and fruit markets in the field, have very limited scope. Need to build capacity on pesticide detection for better monitoring and surveillance. Integrate monitoring and awareness raising. And it's also it's not sufficient to just test for pesticides. Like you have to use proper protocols during use, so which is really important. And also need to enforce better rules during import pesticides and during application in the fields. And phased implementation is probably necessary. And as I told you, like in my earlier figure, I think we use a lot of fungicides. So most of these tests only test for insecticides. So we could potentially test for fungicides as well. So this is all I have to say. And thank you for giving me a chance to talk in this very important event. And hope all of you learned something from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hitesh, for giving an insight about the pesticides usage in the country, in your country, as well as in India. Also, you mentioned, yeah, it's true that India and Nepal, both they use less pesticides. It's a notable point. Usually we are blamed that more pesticides are used, but the real story is entirely different. So Uh, yeah, we have to be vigilant on that part, and our country is also vigilant on that part. And we are having a very good regulatory system in the country. And through that regulatory system, all those pesticides are well managed, and pesticide industry, I should say in particular, and then pesticides uh, uh, are very important area, and we are exporting also to the tune of about 5.5 billion US dollar every year we are earning through export of agrochemicals, including all these pesticides. uh, Excellent presentation, and we liked that phased implementation framework for pesticide monitoring is very important, and gap verification, that's also important. Good agriculture practices, I should say. So good agriculture practices, now India has also come out with a Bharat gap. So that Bharat gap has been well benchmarked with the global gap. So why now India is also having its own. Well, thank you so much for an excellent presentation which you have made and given a very valuable insight. So now this session, just it has come to the end. And before I give the concluding remarks, I would like to request the co-chairs, Dr. Ramaswamy, if he wants to speak anything for a short, and then I'll give the
Yeah,
some of the
actually, you have commented on each and every paper, so I don't need to add anything more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I appreciate in between your points were also valid and you expressed. Well, friends, renowned experts, they made the presentation in this session, and we were very happy to note the points from their insightful talks which they have given, and groundbreaking research whatsoever is happening at the global level we have come across and we have learned, and I convey thanks for sharing the knowledge related to different aspects of the post-harvest management. I appreciate several innovations done at the for the post-harvest management. If you talk about the advanced cold chain technologies, or you speak about the IoT-enabled temperature monitoring system, modified atmosphere technologies, as well as smart packaging innovations, and even we like the part which was used here, that's a edible coating and biopreservatives. That's a very important recommendation which has appeared. And again, there were few more points. I think we should have included some presentations on known thermal processing technologies, and then minimal processing, value addition. Some of the points are still left, but anyway, those might have been covered in some other in another other sessions. So now another emerging area, and we like the presentation which were made by our friend from Russia on artificial intelligence. AI based solutions, digital solutions, really we need. So AI driven demand forecasting, that's the need now these days. Blockchain, traceability, smart inventory management systems, e-commerce linkages, these all are the areas I think where we need to, in even some even in some of the countries where we are facing the problem of overproduction. So how to handle the overproduction issue? So supply chain inefficiencies, how we can overcome, these all are the points which we need to see. And waste to wealth, that part was really very interesting, and few of the presentations were uh, very interesting. And another point where I would like to link our post harvest management part, that is with the circular economy approach. So that circular economy approach, that is linked with the crop residue utilization, then secondary processing in the byproducts. Few of our presenters, they appreciably mentioned about secondary processing of the byproducts and animal feed production from the waste production, that has been mentioned about this. Uh, well, uh, I think we have given our remarks at the end of each and every presentation, so I'll not take much time, but would like to appreciate the level of the presentations which were made in this session. And I believe that our conveners and others, they might have noted, rapporteurs, they might have noted the points, and they will develop and they will come out with some recommendations, and those recommendations are required to be further implemented, and we'll be very happy if you will share all those recommendations with everybody. Thank you so much for an excellent session, which we really enjoyed. The very good presentations which were made by the presenters from the different parts of the world. Thanks again. Thank you so much.
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both the session co-chairs for leading the session in a smooth way. Their insightful presence and thoughtful moderation ensure that the session remained focused, interactive, and academically rewarding. Last but not the least, I want to thank all the eminent speakers for sharing their valuable time, knowledge, and insights with us today. Your contributions have truly made this session meaningful and impactful. Now, we move towards the felicitation of our esteemed speakers who have made today's sessions truly enriching. I would like to invite Dr. Alexis Solovanko on the stage to kindly receive the memento. May I have a big round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much, sir, for giving insightful details on today's topic. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Asghar Ali on the stage. A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for enhancing the academic value of this session. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Surinder Singh Chauhan for felicitation. Thank you so much, sir, for giving a fresh perspective to us on this particular subject. I would like to now invite Mr. Sudhanshu Gupta a big round of applause for him. Last but not the least, now I would like to invite Mr. Hitesh Kumar on the stage. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Director Sir on stage to felicitate our co-chairs for today's session. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. S.K. Malhotra for guiding the session and giving his insightful remarks. A big round of applause for him. Now, I would like to thank Dr. Hoshali Ramaswamy for taking out his valuable time and being here with us. Having felicitated our esteemed guest, we have the pleasure of felicitating him with another software which is different than the earlier one. A big round of applause for him, please. I request all the speakers to please come up on the stage for the group photo. We have with us three esteemed guests, Elena Lobakova, Dr. Svetlana, and Alexander Lukanov with us. I request you to please come on this stage for the felicitation ceremony. I kindly request all the three delegates to please remain on stage. We have a memento for you as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause for them, students. Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we come to the end of session 7. We have a cookery show going on and an exhibition is there. You all can visit there and yeah, we have a cookery show being organized at the ground. You all can visit. And after that, we'll be heading for a lunch. The next session starts at 2:30 p.m. Hope to see you soon all at 2:30 p.m. here. I request you all to be present here at 2:20 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
You to the post-lunch session of Anvesh 2026, day 2. A very, very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, my dear students, industry professionals, and people from academia, our NIFTM team. Thank you for joining us post-lunch. This session focuses on nutraceuticals, specialty foods, personalized nutrition, and specialty food ingredients. It is my honor to welcome the co-chair for this session, the first co-chair, Dr. Christine Monard, Research Director, University Clermont-Auvergne, France. Ma'am needs no introduction. We have privilege of listening to ma'am since morning. Ma'am is an internationally respected biochemist and nutrition scientist. Ma'am's work in plant bioactives and vascular health has significantly advanced our understanding of dietary polyphenols, bioavailability, and inter-individual metabolic responses. Ma'am leads European research collaborations and serves as a chief editor of journal Food and Functions, Royal Society of Chemistry. Can we again welcome ma'am with a louder round of applause, please? Can we show the energy of the meals that provides us? Our second esteemed co-chair, Dr. P.S. Panesar, Professor, Department of Food Engineering and Food Technology, SLIT, IET, Longwal. Sir needs no introduction. Sir is one of the leading researchers in India. He's considered as, the top 2% researchers in the country. Sir is, my apologies, sir is also the serving president of AFST. He has been esteemed Boys Cast Fellow from University of Birmingham and, has led more than 15 major funded projects in past 5 years. Can we have louder round of applause for sir? Sir, now I request you and ma'am to kindly give the context for this session.
So, hello. So, good afternoon to all of you. So, after this delicious lunch, and again we are with the technical session, and it is not easy after lunch to listen technical discussions and other things, but I think the speakers will make their things easy for you because we have beautiful speakers and learned audience we have. So it is my privilege to invite you to this session that is basically nutraceuticals, specialty foods, personalized nutrition, and specialty food ingredients. So all we know, this is an interesting area with the global importance. And after COVID particularly, we all interested to have very much particular about the food and what we eat and the particularly ingredients which are helpful for our health as well. So number of innovations have been made. We talk of polyphenols, we talk of dietary fibers, we talk of resistant starch, and then obviously the prebiotics and probiotics, all they lead to the different type of the functional foods, which are of immense importance as well. So as far as the growth is concerned, so it has a very excellent global market. You can say at the global level, the market is going to be double by 2034 with around 15.8% CAGR growth as well. So in India also, so a lot of importance is there for the nutraceuticals because we have the Ayurveda as well. So that is a distinction for being in India. And we have number of herbal products as well. So here also the growth is very fast and it is the survey says that is around 2.5 times increases there in next 8 years or so with the 11.24 CAGR rate as well. So all the things they make you exciting. It is useful for the industry also to innovate the new products and also
and as well as the budding scientists which are sitting over there, to think over that how we can add the new innovations in this emerging area. So once upon a time, that is, that is a Greek physicist, that is Hippocrates, they said, that is, let the food, they were medicine, and medicine by the food. So that is the importance of nutraceuticals and balanced foods. It has been, said by the scientists long ago. And even the E. Metnikov, the scientist, Bulgarian scientist, he has already emphasized the need of dairy products 100 years back. That led to the concept of the probiotics and lactic acid bacteria as well. So it is an interesting area. Obviously, I invite you for the active discussion and very interesting this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending this session. To introduce this session, just few words. This session will bring together topics that are central to the evolution of modern food system and for reshaping post-harvest innovation, food safety, specialty ingredients, and the growing interface between food and health. We often separate this domain, yet they are deeply interconnected. Post-harvest management influences not only shelf life and waste reduction, but also nutritional quality and functional value of foods. Specialty ingredient and nutraceutical approaches depend on preserving bioactive compounds, ensuring safety, and delivering measurable benefits. Today's program reflects this continuum from cellular mechanism of senescence to AE-assisted monitoring, to residue assessment, and to sustainable production system. The common thread is clear. How can innovation across the food chain enhance quality, safety, and ultimately human health, while remaining sustainable? I invite you to think across scales, from molecules to system and across objectives: productivity, functionality, safety, and health impact. So with that perspective, now let us begin this session. And the first invited speaker for the plenary lecture of the session is the Professor Emeritus Julian Hayes. So Julian Hayes is from the Massey University, New Zealand. He became the inaugural head of the School for Massey School of Food and Advanced Technology in 2018, combining food technology with engineering, supporting capability development and high-value product, process sustainable growth of the bioeconomy. He remained the professor of post-harvest technology with research interests in quality retention after harvest, particularly targeted at the interface between fresh products and human health. Julian is a life member of the NZ Society for Plant Biologists and became an honorary fellow on the New Zealand Institute of Agriculture and Horticulture Science in 2025. So today's title of his talk will be Fruit and Vegetables, Products Designed to Improve Human Health. Please, up to you, Julian.
You saw my talk was there, but someone's taken it away. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the organizers very much for putting together this meeting and inviting me, and to our chairs for this unnecessarily long-winded introduction. Sorry, Christy. The topic that I am speaking on is specifically about fresh fruit and vegetables, and how can we deliver elite varieties to consumers who want to choose a healthy product. It's perhaps a good sign when one of the co-chairs takes your quotation and uses it in his introduction. So It was indeed Hippocrates who said, leave your drugs in the chemist's pot if you can heal the patient with food. And exactly as was mentioned before, we know that that was the beginning of Western medicine with Greek knowledge. But for centuries, thousands of years before that, people have been using the natural environment, observing carefully what happens, and delivering knowledge systems to use food as medicine or for maintaining good health. And specifically, we mentioned Ayurvedic, also, of course, traditional Chinese medicine as some of the longest lasting and therefore best informed systems. Very briefly, an anecdote. I was talking to an Aboriginal guy in a Melbourne botanical garden, and he was talking about the health benefits of their indigenous plants. I said, oh, but in New Zealand, Maori know lots about our plants as well. They use them for medicine. And this guy says, oh, really? And his name was Dougie. And I said, well, yeah, you know, this is New Zealand's indigenous people. And he says, oh, really? And I said, well, you know, what's the problem? He said, look, all of these things, including the fiber matrix, which will help with the delivery and digestion of the system. Indeed, sometimes helps to carry the products to the area where they will just be fermented rather than digested. So we understand the diversity of these compounds. We do studies on how bioavailable they are. The problem is that the public totally ignores the advice that is constantly given to them, which is saying to them, you should increase your intake of fruit and vegetables. So this very small diagram is from a very famous study now, Willett et al. 2019. It was in The Lancet, so a very strong British medical journal. And it was recognizing that you can define a recommended dietary intake for a whole diet across the world, and then you can compare how different countries' average diets match up to that recommendation. So what's important for you to understand is that the vertical line would be, it's been scaled to just a 100% of a reference, a recommended intake for those various classes of food. And a whole heap of things, the actual intake is way over on the right-hand side, and that means we're eating far too much of the red meat, starchy vegetables, often even eggs and poultry. But if I blow it up a little bit, when it comes to fruit and vegetables, there is no society, not even countries like Japan, which are very aware of health and food, that is actually consuming an adequate intake of both fruit and vegetables. Often it is half or less than the recommended amount that we're actually consuming. So the public health benefit will come when everybody is increasing their intake. Someone did the sums, and I don't remember the details, so it doesn't matter. But basically, if you could get New Zealanders to eat one more serve of fruit or vegetables per day, the public health benefit in dollar terms would be staggering. It's something like the tax take for the year or whatever. It's something extraordinary. So, but we've tried for at least 20 years with programs. You will have an equivalent here like 5+ a day, encouraging us to change our diet. We are not listening. It's very hard to change a population's eating habits. So our simple question was, well, if people are determined to eat fewer fruit and veg, can we make the ones that they eat better for them, more nutrient dense? A simple concept. We were not food scientists. I'm still not a food scientist. Many of you here are food tech or food sci people, so this is second nature to you. But for us, it was a very positive revelation that there are extremely strong labeling regulations, as there should be in most countries, because unfortunately, even with these strong regulations, you will be exposed probably on a daily basis to people telling you that this food is so good it will cure cancer or whatever, making an outrageous and unsubstantiated claim, and they get away with it until someone prosecutes them, and often they will then actually go out of business. There have been some amazing stories about this. If the country gets it right, they have strong food labeling regulations, and they forbid the making of outrageous and untrue claims. They demand that you do the work to prove the claims you want to make. So for New Zealand and Australia, we share this regulation. And primarily, we would encourage what they call a nutrition content claim, relatively easy. You say that this contains this much of this compound. The public then says, well, hold on, you can tell me it contains it, how much do I need? And so a better label is to say this is a source of something or a good source. And those are not just different words, they are technical words. A source in Australia or New Zealand means this food in a single serving will deliver 10% of your recommended daily intake or 25% of the RDI. So suddenly we have language which is careful, precise, and informative to the public. And the serving size is product specific. For broccoli in New Zealand and Australia, 70 grams. For Vegemite, which is only known to us in the Southern Hemisphere, 5 grams would be a serving. So this means that when you say in a single serve, you're getting 10% of your RDI, people should say, that's great. That is a source of something that I need on a daily basis. There are a few high-level health claims that are pre-approved in the Australian and New Zealand labelling regulations. So these high-level claims refer to a specific disease, or more simply to some kind of biomarker, like blood pressure rather than cardiovascular disease, for example. To get a high-level claim, you're going to have to meet much more stringent requirements. And amazingly, there are 2 pre-approved ones that are relevant for us who work with fresh fruit and vegetables. A diet rich in fruit and vegetables has been shown to reduce the risk of coronary heart disease. Pretty powerful, pretty persuasive. A diet rich in folic acid has been shown to reduce the risk of neural tube defects in children. The problem is that when we then start talking to our marketing colleagues, they say, you can't say that. You can't put that up on your supermarket shelf and expect it to change people's buying habits. It's called death marketing. And when you're going to do your weekly shop in the supermarket, you want to buy lovely fruit and veg. You don't want to be reminded that you're going to die of cancer one day. So it's a problem. We've got these high-level claims pre-approved because the evidence is so strong. But we can't use those claims because the public doesn't want to think about that when they are buying products in the supermarket. So what are we going to do if we want to deliver elite fruit or vegetable products with a label, making a claim to the public? The problem gets worse because, as we've heard in talks during today in particular, fresh products are not stable. So their composition will change during growth. They depend on the inputs that you put. They depend on the weather, the environment. And of course, the changes happen during maturation and in a fruit during ripening. After harvest, the composition continues to change. Not so much for minerals, of course, but it does for all of the organic compounds. So if you're going to try and attach a content claim to a fresh product, it has to be true at the point of sale, not when it leaves your farm. That's irrelevant to the public. So it must be true at the point of sale, and people will check, and they should check. We went to Japan and checked with the people who deliver very expensively labeled FOSHU foods, foods for specialized health uses. And we said, what would it take for us to get a FOSHU label on a fresh vegetable? And they said, we won't allow it. It's not permitted. We understand plant biology. We understand what I exactly just said to you. So their food regulators just said, no, not possible. So that leaves you with a bit of a dilemma. What are we going to do to try and offer some elite range of fruit and vegetables enhanced in particular compounds with a very stringent labeling regulation and a public that's pretty generally uninformed, let's be honest? You could refer to vitamins. That's relatively straightforward. You know that you can make a claim this is a source or a good source of vitamins and minerals. Why can we do that? Because there is such a thing as a recommended daily intake. There are years of research which have told us what we should be consuming, and we can say this food is guaranteed to be a source or a good source of those materials. When it comes to fiber and fat and protein, there are ways to use the language to say this is high or low, and there are regulations about what you can say. We know that as a marketed food, it must be safe, number one, above everything else. And that includes not just the toxic materials that I mentioned before, but also the presence of human pathogens, allergens, toxins, particularly from those microbes, residues from pesticides, shards of glass or pieces of metal. You know, there are a lot of things that go into delivering a safe food. I'm preaching to the choir when I'm talking to food technologists. So what about the phytochemicals? Is it going to be possible for us to attach a claim to some of that extraordinary array of phytochemicals that I was showing before? The simple answer is no, because we don't have an RDI. There is no RDI for them. More than that, we don't know if actually you need to consume them daily, or if every 2 or 3 days would be okay, or maybe just for a few years when you were young and growing, or maybe it's more important to consume them when you are aging and your brain is deteriorating. We don't know. So you can't attach a claim to those phytochemicals at present. Sorry. So the marketers have recognized this problem, not just for fresh products, but across the board. And they say, you know, a much simpler way to market to the public is to talk about wellness or alertness or endurance or muscle repair, digestive comfort. And the similarity for all of these is that you can now begin to say you will feel the benefit. And if you are a strong marketer, you'll say, I'll give you your money back if you don't feel the benefit. Now, you inverted commas to the public, and if it's not obvious to the public because they don't immediately feel the benefit, companies like Anlin, which makes fortified milk products for sale, particularly in Asia, they found it was worth their while putting bone density scanners in supermarkets to persuade the public, check your feet or your hands, see that your bone density is beginning to drop, now go and buy some Anlin because it will help you with your bone density. So, you know, that's creating an awareness in the buying public and then selling them a product to assist. Following that simple marketing line, completely unrelated to our studies, some people did some studies with kiwi fruit, and they have apparently demonstrated that eating 2 SunGold kiwi fruit per day could have a positive effect on your sense of well-being. How awesome. I'm sure it was a well-replicated trial, and that's the sort of message which some people would find reassuring. But it wasn't where we were trying to go. So this group of scientists across Australia and New Zealand got together with our government funding agencies and our industry bodies. So it was an extraordinary large collaboration. It took an unreasonable amount of money, about 25 million American dollars, for multiple years of collaboration. And our goal was to develop some elite, in that case particularly vegetables, with known high vitamin and phytochemical content, where we would license certain growers to produce them so that we could specify the kinds of growing environments, the season, and how the product should be harvested, what stage it should be at for its maturity, how to handle it after harvest, and we would understand seasonal variability, and the products would have known bioefficacy. Ambitious, you might say. That was the goal, ambitious as we began the program. And along with it would need to go those consumer assurance points so that there would be a system for audit. The composition would be guaranteed at the point of sale. And of course, these are saleable items, so they also have to be flavorsome and fresh and attractive. Remarkably, our goal in our heads was that they would be a series of single fruits and vegetables to be marketed with the responsible message that you should be eating a whole diet rich in fruit and vegetables, but as part of that diet, why don't you have this broccoli or this carrot or this tomato? In fact, thank you. In fact, The range that was delivered to the public came out in 2012 with the Vital Vegetables branding, and it was bagged salads, which could allow you to tailor the composition of the bag depending on the season, and to make relatively modest claims around, for example, vitamin C, vitamin A, things which you can measure and guarantee, and to say that whenever you buy this product, it will be a source or a good source. And then they tailored those bags so that some were called Vital Immunity, rich in vitamin C and A, or Vital Bones, rich in vitamin C and K, and the public has continued to buy them. They are still available now. It is very important that I say that one of the reasons they're still available in the market is because the food technologist who was working on this made some really great tasting sauces which come in a little packet inside those bags, and people buy them because they taste good, not because they think they're good for them. I've been told there's 5 minutes, so let's skip on. So there are a range of different products that are already marketed around the world as whole fresh fruit and veg. And I've been, obviously, I've been looking at these over the years to see what is the evidence and do those messages change. So one that's a very positive one was a multi-year research program paid for by Zespri in New Zealand, enabled the European Food Standards Authority to accept a claim around of wellness, regularity of bowel function, normal defecation is the words that they use here, for the consumption of kiwi fruit. And actually, dietary comfort is an important part of life. So that's an unusual health claim that has been attached to kiwi fruit. A colleague in Australia worked on a high zeaxanthin sweet corn, distinguishable by the slightly different, deeper orange color. And his logic, so not related to our program, was he can see what works in clinical trials using extracted zeaxanthin, and a dose of around 2 milligrams of zeaxanthin appears to be beneficial. So he made sure one cob had 7 to 10 times as much as a normal cob. So one cob would deliver that not a recommended dose, but that effective dose from parallel studies. There are high lycopene tomatoes sold with messages which talk about powerful antioxidants. And as we heard this morning, the mode of action of those chemicals in our body is probably not as an antioxidant. They're there triggering gene expression. But nevertheless, the public understands antioxidants. And this is detectable or visible because it is read right through to the center of the tomato. So it's visually appealing, a very attractive product, still available in the marketplace. Quick example from an indigenous fruit in Australia, Kakadu plums, very high in vitamin C content. Many of our countries have similar, unusual, very high vitamin C fruit. And like many of those, they began trying to market it using extraordinary claims like Alzheimer's. Sorry, don't try and make this connection. And now when you go on online, what you will find is a stabilized extract. So the fruit is impossible for post-harvest, impossible to get it through to consumers in good condition. So let's make an extract, let's stabilize it, and suddenly it's simple. Actually, I won't even tell the glucosinolate story because the problem is that this was developed and marketed, but when no one is sure if the public understand what glucosinolates are. So why would you put that on the label? Probably a very good product. Ace capsicums was interesting, developed and sold in Marks and Spencer's in the UK, interestingly, when one of our scientists left to be their marketing manager. Now not available on their range. Why? The very practical reason is that it had a reduced yield per square meter of greenhouse, and any grower will tell you that their life depends on the dollars per square meter per annum, and everything else is irrelevant. So no matter that it was clearly elite, high in vitamins A, C, and E, he can't deliver it at a profitable price. And just one terrible example where the lovely purple carrots from America, when first marketed, were actually referring to breast cancer cell trials on their web page. And now that has been removed so that you are just being sold a rich purple-colored, high antioxidant carrot. Much more ethically defensible. So demand in public will continue for more sustainably produced foods that have evidence that they promote health and well-being. But for us, with fruit and vegetables, those health claims will primarily be content claims around vitamins and minerals. Quite some time, I think, before we have the phytochemical range available from fresh products. And my closing remark is just that there is, at the end of this lengthy program, there is, if you like, a moral challenge. If we could find the magic key to increase public health by allowing or encouraging people to eat more fruit and vegetables, that would be extremely valuable to society. People will make money from delivering elite fruit and vegetables single products, but they're going to be at higher price than normal products, and therefore will be less available yet again to the majority of our population who have inadequate diets. So is this really the right path? Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this very interesting presentation. Please join us because we will have a session of questions at before the break.
Thank you, Professor Julian, for the excellent lecture. So we have a keynote speaker, Dr. Rohini Maharaj, the University of West Indies, Trinidad. So, Dr. Rohini is Professor of Food Science and Technology and Program Coordinator in the Department of Chemical Engineering at University of West Indies. She has extensive academic as well as industrial experience, and industrial experience of around 12 years in leading organizations like Johnson & Johnson at the senior management level. She has worked not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but in Jamaica, Puerto Rico as well, as the process excellence and compliance director for Johnson & Johnson Caribbean companies. So she has a vast experience, and we request her to just deliver a keynote lecture on post-harvest loss to value, innovations for sustainable packaging from neglected and underutilized crops, please.
Thank you, Chair and Co-Chair. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be here today to present on my topic, From Post-Harvest Loss to Value, Innovations for Sustainable Packaging from Neglected and Underutilized Crops. I would like to really thank the organizers of NIFTM, and particularly Professor Parikh, for inviting me here. I'm really happy about that. So, just a little bit of background. You know, people ask me where I'm from, and I tell them, well, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. And people say, where? And then I say, okay, I'm from the land of Brian Lara, TKR, cricket. And then people say, okay, yes, they understand where I'm from. So in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a population of about 1.5 million people. But when we look at our food importation bill, our food importation bill on an annual basis is in excess of $1 billion US. And when you look at the food importation bill of the Caribbean countries, and we call them and group them as CARICOM, Caribbean Common Market, the food importation bill is in excess of $6 billion US. So in our region, we are a very food insecure region. And when you look at post-harvest loss reduction, it is very, very important for us because it is critical to food security in the Caribbean. The statistics show that about 40% of fruits and vegetables are lost from harvest to consumption along that food value chain. That represents a sizable amount of product and foods that we are wasting. But remember, those foods are wasted because primarily we have poor post-harvest practices in terms of storage, spoilage, inefficiencies in our supply chain. And these waste products, whilst they are a lot, we have to remember they are also an important source of plant chemicals or phytochemicals and biopolymers. And we can use these biopolymers to create edible films and coatings to enhance the storage life of our crops. So it is really necessary for us to do the research. Now, in the Caribbean, whilst a lot of research we are seeing on neglected, we are seeing on underutilized, not underutilized crops, but on edible films and coatings, we are not seeing research on neglected and underutilized crops. So in the Caribbean, we have a vast amount of those crops, and it is very important that we do the research because, as one speaker indicated today, no one size fits all. We have to do the research to see which is the proper coating, the optimum coating to be able to enhance storage life of our crops. All right? So let me move my slides so that you can see them. And the aim of, so I just looked at this slide, talked about this slide. So the really aim of our research is to use pectin extracted from the chenet. Now, I don't know if you all are aware of this crop. It's an underutilized crop in Trinidad. It's called Spanish lime or guinep, or the official botanical name is Miliococcus bijugatus. It's a fruit waste that, you know, we suck the fruit and we throw away the shells. I'm sure you all are aware of it. We also use another neglected and underutilized crop called sour cherry or gooseberry. And our aim in this study was to extract pectin from them in order to make biodegradable films incorporated with what we call West Indian bay leaf essential oils. And this is the high-level process here to make the film. And so we extract it from the pectin is extracted from the shells, which are waste material. And it's also extracted from the pomace of the gooseberry through acid hydrolysis. The pectin is precipitated with alcohol. It is then redissolved to form film-forming solution. You can incorporate other polymers, for example, chitosan, and you can add essential oils, for example, the bay leaf essential oil that I just mentioned here. So again, you're seeing it, the pectin extraction process for sour cherry. You just saw the one for the chenet, right? We call it chenet in Trinidad. Now, in terms of, we have never done this research before. When you look in the literature, nobody has done research on chenet before. And in order to be able to, you know, understand, well, how to get or how to optimize the pectin extraction, what we did was that we used a 3-factor box Benken design where we looked at the pH of the extraction solvent, we looked at the solid liquid ratio and time to determine the best yield of pectin, right? And you would see from the results there, and I'm looking at it here, that the predicted model showed 14.56% yield, and we got actual yield 15.06% for the chenet shell, which is the waste shell. And then for the sour cherry, we got 6.05 for predicted versus actual yield 6.32. So very similar, you know, in terms of prediction and what we actually got. And these were very interesting results because no one has ever found or determined pectin levels in these underutilized crops. So when we looked at, we made the film and we incorporated the film with what we call West Indian bay leaf essential oil and nano emulsion, and we looked at 3 percentages, 0.5, 1, and 1.5%, and we call it BLEO, the West Indian bay leaf essential oil incorporated into the film. What we found was that with the increase in concentration of the BLEO, we saw clear inhibition zones for all the 3 bacteria, E. coli, Salmonella, and Listeria. And also what we found was that when you looked at the tensile strength and the Young's modulus, with increasing concentration, found that there were decreases in the mechanical strength and the Young's modulus, as well as elongation at break increased, or the film became a lot more stretchable as we increased the concentration of these essential oil nanoemulsions. And this photo here shows the bioactive coating compared to the control. After 18 days at room temperature, we actually coated tomato fruits, and this is a representative sample of what happens after 18 days at room temperature. I don't know if you know, in Trinidad, room temperature conditions is like 30 degrees centigrade. So when we looked at the characterization of the film, in terms of the barrier and antioxidant properties, with the increase in concentration of the essential oil, the bay leaf essential oil, the nanoemulsions which were incorporated into the film, the pectin film, we saw in oxygen and water vapor permeability, as well as we saw strong antioxidant activity in terms of the iron chelating ability, which reduces the metal catalyzed oxidation. We saw a significant increase in the DPPH activity, showing really strong antioxidant potential. So in terms of this study, we are continuing looking at the optimization of the BLEO concentration to ensure enhance balance in terms of active functionality with adequate barrier performance. So that was one study. Let me just touch a little bit on another study that we did. So this other study that we did was on edible films and coatings, where we made a biopolymer composite film from plantain pulp starch. We consume a lot of plantains, and we also throw away a lot of plantains as well, big storage. So we were able to make a film using, we made film forming solutions from starch, starch chitosan mixes, and we coated our cherry, or we have local cherries in Trinidad. And the coating where we incorporated what we call Panadol leaf extracts, which are, home remedies, these plant extracts where we will use it for home remedies. We incorporated the Panadol leaf extracts. We used 2 concentrations. And what we found was by incorporating the Panadol leaf extract into the film, we got enhanced storage from these cherries, which would just last like a day or so. So we found pretty good results with these edible coatings for planting starch. I want to just touch a little bit now on, we did, edible coatings and so, but we wanted to touch a little bit more on research on paper packaging. So I don't know if you all know, but we looked at the Calathea lutea plant and the Ravenella madagascariensis plant, which is the traveling palm. At Indian weddings. And when you have Indian weddings, you invite the whole village to the Indian wedding, and then you have to feed all these people. So we would use this Calathea lutea plant, which is called sohari leaf, and we will dispose of the sohari leaf. But sometimes we invite tourist people over, and they tend to eat the leaf, and they think it's part of the salad, but it's just the packaging. So we threw away that leaf. And what we found was that we could use those leaves, those leaf biomass, and create novel paper packaging, right? Because of the fact that these leaves have, they're more susceptible for packaging options because their fibers are mostly cellulose, and they have lower lignin and hemicellulose content. So you need to use less chemicals in order to remove them and to get the cellulose. So we looked at leaf decellularization protocols to obtain the 3D leaf scaffolding. And then we also extracted the cutin from the waste liquor from the leaf biomass. We combined the, when we extracted the cutin and we got cutin powder, we combined the cutin with chitosan to make a biopolymer, and then we coated that paper. And when we compared that paper to, what is out there on the market, we found excellent results as well. And we are now writing up the research to publish that paper, which is really a novel study that we did. Apart from paper, I have done a lot of research on the effect of ultraviolet C radiation to enhance bioactive chemicals in plant products. I use it where I dose fresh fruits and I get delay in ripening and senescence, and I wanted to try and see the effect of UVC on the physiochemical properties of freeze-dried beetroot. Beetroot is a very popular product in Trinidad, and it spoils very quickly as well. So we made a beetroot powder, and we wanted to look at the bioactive components in the beetroot powder when it is irradiated, and to compare that to see how it compares to when fresh produce is irradiated with UVC. Right, I have 5 minutes. I'm going to stop in 5 minutes. So what we found was that the UVC treatment altered the structure and the size of the beetroot powder particles through the scanning electron microscope readings, and that the UVC caused the particles to pack tighter together, remove less airspace so that there is less oxidation reactions taking place. Again, the UVC treatment, the beetroot powder demonstrated significantly higher loose bug density, higher tap bug density, lower hygroscopicity, improved flowability, reduced compressibility. So a lot of good physical properties we saw. Better packing, ability to absorb less moisture, overall improved powder properties. And when we evaluated now the chemical properties and we looked at the treated powder, it showed lower ash content, increased levels of total carbohydrates and ascorbic acid. So essentially what happened is when we UV treated that beetroot powder, it became richer in beneficial antioxidants and nutrients, but it showed small decreases in mineral residue. So just to conclude, we have done a lot of research on neglected and underutilized crops. Still, there are so many crops that we can do more research on. We have made paper from plant foliage. We have looked at the agro-industrial waste. Nobody has ever discovered all of this amount of pectin in a shell. So we have been finding, the research presents really a scalable pathway towards sustainable packaging and more resilient food systems in Trinidad and Tobago and in the wider Caribbean region, because we really want to cut down on that $6 billion food importation bill. The research has also shown that UVC can serve as an effective processing step to enhance certain bioactive compounds while influencing the mineral and carbohydrate composition of beetroot, but we also have done other research on other neglected and underutilized crops as well, and hopefully it will contribute to improved nutritional and added health benefits. We are continuously doing our research on pectin and starch-based coatings, where we are incorporating locally essential oils. We use the West Indian bay leaf essential oil, but there are lots of essential oils that we can incorporate. And we are continuously looking and researching at how we modulate the respiration rates, how we reduce microbial load, how we maintain texture and appearance, and how we can extend the marketable shelf life of these fresh crops. So with that, I want to say thank you all, and I hope to see you at the next Brian Lara Cricket Academy, hopefully in Trinidad one day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rohini. Kindly take a seat, please, on the dais. So it was an interesting lecture, basically the sustainable packaging and how we can improve the shelf life of different food products. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rani. Yes. And now to continue, it's our pleasure to welcome the Dr. Shilpa Vora, who is Chief of Research and Development in Marico Industries. So Dr. Vora is an accomplished research and development leader, bringing extensive global experience in innovation and product development. With over 2 decades at Unilever, she held several senior leadership roles, including head of R&D for Global Life Bio and Skin Cleansing South Asia and Global R&D director across hygiene and refreshment categories. Her scientific career began in bioscience and advanced through roles as senior research scientist and director of biosciences. Her research focused on immune mechanism, oral vaccination, and microbial pathogenesis.
Thank you.
Please to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. And just to remind everybody, today is World Protein Day. And what an amazing day to have organized this important session that we have. Anvesh, thanks a lot, Dr. Oberoi, for extending your invitation. Esteemed panelists, students, it's lovely to be back here and talk about a very different topic today, which is nutraceuticals. No, guess what? All right. So in case there's a question, what are nutraceuticals? I don't think I need to tell this audience. It is a combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Various applications, as you can imagine, whether they're in the form of dietary supplements, and something we've talked about earlier today, whether it's vitamins, minerals, probiotics, herbal and natural extracts, something I know India is very good at. I've also been hearing a lot of amazing talks over here. Functional foods, and medical foods or foods for specialized needs. All of these can come under the purview of nutraceuticals. And there's a very clear definition when you think about how India looks at it. It is very much regulated by FSSAI in terms of what is qualified as a nutraceutical, what claims are allowed, what claims are not allowed. And the most important one to remember is it is not intended to treat or cure any medical condition. That's a very important distinction to be aware of. So why nutraceuticals? I think this starting from, I would say from the beginning of the session. So I think it's just amazing. We all think about this all the time. And it is about, how food is central to our lives. Again, something that was spoken about at the beginning of the session during the introduction. It is a very big market. It's a growing market. If you look at, the global market, you're looking at a 500 billion plus USD market globally. India, amazing trajectory forecast in terms of how the nutraceutical market will be growing. And when you think about it, right, it is really about how consumers are looking at this space, and us from an industry point of view are looking, how is it together we can achieve holistic well-being, right? For a consumer, it's very clear, right? They are looking for increased plant-based products, clean label, organic, no colors or preservatives. End users, trust me, I bet all of you at any given age, time, or part of life cycle are consumers of this. It allows you to have personalization of the diet that you're having. And essentially, it is, being introduced as possibly a lifestyle management, I would say, addition into your lifestyle management. What is it that we as an industry do when we look at this space? I think for us, it's very clear. How is it we can focus on delivering the best product in line with regulations, in line with the right certifications, and obviously what goes without saying is the right quality and safety. That's a non-negotiable. From a format point of view, because this is a format which requires, I think, different consumers require different ways of consuming it. So therefore, it's a very innovative formats do come into nutraceuticals. And claims, again, we've been hearing a lot about claims. It continues in the same space of, let's be honest, let's talk about what is right and take it from there. When it comes to India, why is India poised to be at a very good place in this entire nutraceutical market? I think all of us in India and even internationally are very well aware of the long-standing history that we have on traditional medicine through Ayurveda, the cow getting converted from traditional science and getting validated with modern science for various, I would say, herbal extracts. In terms of diversity, and this is diversity of the climate, diversity of the region, diversity of the crops that we have in India, I think it is probably one of the most biodiverse countries that we have. So the kind of access we have to various plants is amazing. Obviously, many of you are contributors to the expertise that we have in India. And finally, in terms of the opportunity, we are probably one of the leading startup ecosystems. Just last week, Delhi hosted the AI Global Conference. So it tells you how we are poised to now start looking at the use of AI, biotech, etc., to really grow in this space. From a government point of view, a lot of innovations are out there to help. So how has nutraceutical science evolved over the last few years? Well, with the advent of, I would say, cutting edge innovations in the biosciences area, there is so much more we now understand about the microbiome, about the genome, various technologies like nanotechnology, microencapsulation, etc., are available. And all of these really help in terms of how is it that you're getting into personalized nutrition. And the second pillar really talks about how we are getting into not just ingredient-based solutions, but also into very targeted solutions. An example that's quoted here is, how the world is moving from general probiotics to reshaping, very specific strains of probiotics to really shape the gut microbiome. I can tell you from a personal point of view, I've done my PhD in immunology many years ago, and I was studying the gut immune system. And it's amazing to see how in many years the whole gut immune system has evolved into the gut microbiome, and now today talking about personalized solutions for the gut. I think there's so much more to learn, and there's so much more to do in this space. And finally, I think the more technology develops, the more we can look at data analytics, the more we can get into really understanding how data analytics can help drive products that are right for the right person at the right time of their life stage. So what are the current nutraceutical benefit spaces that are out there that people are working in, or that products are available? Not surprising, given what we heard a little earlier today, the burden on metabolic diseases. And there's a lot of nutraceuticals that help, like I said, from a lifestyle management point of view, immunity, gut health, protein and fiber. Again, these are neglected areas, as we heard, and how nutraceuticals are really playing up in this space. And in India, if you look at the nutraceutical supplement space, you'll see there's a disproportionate amount of emphasis on weight management, for example, on sports, because you can get really high acting, very specialized high doses of the right ingredients that you need. Women's health is another big one space that is emerging in India. I just wanted to end my talk with an area that is emerging. For those who are not aware, in India, GLP-1 goes generic literally less than a month from today. What Dr. Reddy's has promised is they will be making 12 million pens in the first year itself. Now imagine you have consumers, you have patients, you have all sorts of people from different walks of life who will be using Ozempic going forward. And there is an absolute need for the right nutrition for the consumers of GLP-1 modulators. And these are in multiple spaces, right? Whether it's fiber management, whether it's the right kind of micronutrients and proteins, and all of these are required. I just want to remind everybody here, this is a drug under prescription. It is not available from an OTC point of view. It does have serious side effects, so it's not like it's there for you and me to consume. But there are people who are consumers of GLP-1 modulators, and supporting the health that they require, nutraceuticals is going to play a very big role in their lives. So I just wanted to summarize by saying India is rapidly cultivating, and I think we are beautifully poised to have a nutraceutical market. All of the students sitting here are part of this amazing scientific pool that we have. The kind of innovations that we get to nurture and sort of the regulatory framework that allows us to do it is amazing. And to us, I think as an industry, it's the responsibility we have to make sure we are raising the right awareness, we are following the right regulations, safety and quality is always at the heart at what we do. That's what I wanted to share with everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa ma'am, for the wonderful talk, industrial prospectus, and what are the opportunities available for the young researchers they may think of their carrying out research in this area. But to talk of fiber plus fluid management as well, protein diets, and these are emerging areas, and you can see where the world exists. So we can have one more lecture this session. So we have a keynote address, Dr. Anita Tarakowaska, CEO, MD, Inspired USA, Specialty Professor, Korea University, South Korea. Dr. Anita is a multidisciplinary scientist and innovation consultant specializing in material science, product development, and intellectual property strategy. She serves as R&D director at Wellington Medical and holds advisory and scientific leadership roles across global organizations. Dr. Anita is also a specialty professor at Korea University, contributing to convergence science research. As a founder of CSIA, which means create, solve, and innovate. Interesting to see. Again, she provides a consulting in advanced materials, IP strategies, and scientific writing. Her work spans healthcare technologies, air purification systems, and sustainable materials. With a strong blend of science and strategy, she focuses on the translation research. Wonderful, and we have interesting talk. Madam Anita, please.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Anita, and today I'm going to do overview of the traditional Mediterranean diet as a sustainable diet, most sustainable diet recognized in the world, and as a holistic diet. And at the end, if I have a time, I'll compare with the emerging concept of Indo-Mediterranean diet, a diet that emerged or is a hybrid diet of the Indian and the Mediterranean cuisine. Origins of the Mediterranean diet, it's the diet of the people of the nations living around the Mediterranean Sea. There are many nations, there are many countries, so the phrase Mediterranean diet is not a single diet. It's the diet of the people around the Mediterranean area, and the diets of these people, of these nations, are different depending on their availability of the food, of the local food, of the seasonal food, of their preference, and respecting their cultural rituals, traditions, and religious observations. Actually, I'm going to talk about the Mediterranean dietary pattern and lifestyle of my native country. It's Macedonia. It's a very small country in the Mediterranean. Here where I point, a country which was native of Mother Teresa. Originally, Mediterranean diet was a diet of peasants, of poor people. People work very hard, sometimes in not so fruitful regions, in not good terrains to produce the food for survival. And they survived. For example, my ancestors, great-grandparents, the grandparents lived in their hundreds, 90 years or 90 years plus without regular visits of the doctors, without mental problems, without heart or cancer problems. So the diet and the lifestyle that they live was responsible for their longevity and also good health and well-being. What is today Mediterranean diet? I said it started as a diet of the poor people, but today it's not. It's a model of a most sustainable and the healthiest diet in the world. It's not recognized by me or by my country, but by a team of experts, by this US News and reports. For the 8th consecutive year, it's recognized as the healthiest diet by team of world experts in nutrition, dietitian, medical doctors, and etc. So why it is the best diet? Because of the nutrient-packed food choices that this diet, again, traditional Mediterranean diet, is offering, and the ultra-processed food is consumed to the minimum or it's not consumed. Even UNESCO in 2010 recognized this diet, the Mediterranean dietary pattern and lifestyle, as a set of skills. It's not just the food that the people around the Mediterranean Sea are eating, but also the lifestyle, the rituals, the traditions, the
all the skills around preparing the food, the sharing the food is all captured into the phrase of Mediterranean diet. And of course, respect for the local customs, for the local religions, and respect for diversity. So what's the Mediterranean diet? Today I'm going to present it as a holistic diet for the first time, and there is a paper in the process of publication for the Mediterranean diet, traditional Mediterranean diet as a holistic diet. If I have to sum up, mainly plant-based diet, which integrates the nutrition, the health, the lifestyle, the ritual, the culture, local culture, and the care for the natural resources. Another characteristic is that this Mediterranean diet usually uses fresh, local, and seasonal fruits and vegetables, which minimize the transport, the storage. When those produce are collected from the fields in the peak of their ripeness, they offer the best bioavailable nutrients, rich in nutrients, full of flavor, and also that minimize the food waste which can occur during the transportation of long distances or during the storage. Also, this Mediterranean diet is not using, the people adhering to the traditional Mediterranean diet are not using the processed and ultra-processed food, which are characteristics for the Western diet. And of course, it's a diet that it's in harmony with the nature, as I said, takes care of the resources available. So carefully using the resources available locally to the people who are adhering to the diet. So this is my food pyramid. You know, the Mediterranean diet, I don't know how much you're familiar with. It's usually presented in the type of pyramid. This pyramid I published a few years ago as a pyramid of the Mediterranean diet. So usually the food is used in moderation, smaller portions. You can eat several times per day, but smaller portions, balance, different categories, different types of food, and variety. Mostly fresh fruits and vegetables as salads, or minimally cooked fruits and vegetables in mainly vegetables in extra virgin olive oil are used, and it contains usually around 80% of the diet. Then also nuts, different types of nuts and seeds which are rich in healthy fats. Then moderately, few times per week, 3 to 4 times, you use of animal proteins if you're not vegetarians, like mainly fish, seafood, poultry, the dairy products, and mainly the fermented dairy products, and very, very rarely, only on special occasion, the processed food like some sweets and minimized refined sugars. Here is just some of the MD Mediterranean diet style traditional foods. Besides the foods, traditional foods, so you can see mainly is the plant-based, and if it's used meat, poultry, or fish, it's used for flavor. It's not the main component of the traditional food. Again, it's used as a flavor to the dishes to give additional flavor, but not as a main component. The food pairing is also very important. For example, I will give you one example, like whole grain food, breads, different pastries and pies filled with vegetables and feta cheese or different curds is used usually in combination with fermented dairy products. So that's a great combination. The whole grains gives you fibers, prebiotics, which are the food for the probiotics found in the yogurts or curds or sour cream or sour milk, which is a fermented product. The salad also in abundance used, you usually put feta cheese, which is full probiotics. Again, you have fibers, prebiotics, food for the probiotics. Very good combinations for the good, healthy gut microbiota. I talk a lot about the foods used, but if you have to summarize as a take-home message, what is the Mediterranean diet? Here for the first time, I'm presenting as a 5F diet. There have been attempts to present this diet as a 3F or 4F diet, but it's actually 5F diets. It's fresh produce, fermented food, it's another category, then fish and fowl if you are not vegetarian, fibers, plenty of fibers, which comes from the legumes, pulses, and beans, different types of legumes and pulses, from the nuts and the seeds, from the whole grain pastries and breads, and the healthy fats. It's very important category, healthy fats. In 70s in United States, where I currently live, the fats were reduced to the minimum as a bed for the body, but I do think that the fats, and especially the healthy fats, the unsaturated fats, not saturated fats, are very important for the diet because you have oil-soluble vitamins, and you need to provide for the body for those vitamins to become bioavailable and bioaccessible vitamins and minerals. So just one example why this diet is making the phytonutrients, the nutrients coming from, let's say, vegetables and the fruits bioavailable. Cornerstone or hallmark of the diet is the extra virgin olive oil. We prepared all fresh salads and cooking with this kind of oil. It has low smoke point, but smoke point is not important for the stability. If you see the composition of the extra virgin olive oil, it has monounsaturated fatty acids, which are more stable at high temperature than unsaturated fatty acids. So why this extra virgin olive gives good, properties, antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties, is because the olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, not refined olive oil, has more than 200 bioavailable nutrients itself. It's a functional food, and mainly of those ingredients are polyphenols. So when you cook vegetables with, or just the salad, but when you cook the vegetables, let's see what happens in extra virgin olive oil. The polyphenols from the vegetables are going into the oily phase and stabilize further the olive oil. The olive oil at high temperature becomes stable and it doesn't degrade as other seeds oil. So that's one property. The other property is those polyphenols, nutrients from the extra virgin olive oil goes into the fried or cooked vegetable in the oil, let's say carrots or eggplant if you take, or pepper. There is with HPLC and other methods found, not just the initial vegetable what contains the nutrients, but the nutrients like tyrosine, hydrotyrosine, oleopurine from the extra virgin olive oil has been found in the vegetable cooked in such oil. And then in addition to the olive oil, we are using a lot of allium vegetables like garlic, like onions, leeks, scallions, and that gives not just the aroma and the flavor of the dishes, but also increases the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant potential of the Mediterranean style dishes. So here is another pyramid, a Mediterranean herbal pyramid. These are some of the spices used in the Mediterranean cuisine, like oregano, rosemary, thyme, sage. But some of these spices are using as a therapy in the folk medicine. In the past, as I said, the diet was a diet of the poor people. So sometimes doctors in the remote areas were not available, so people found some of these plants to be very good for curing certain ailments or disorders. For example, one of these plants, I cannot discover which, but in olive oil, as I said, olive oil is extracting medium. The plant sitting in the olive oil for a few days was shown that extract to kill coronavirus during the coronavirus night with 99.9%. That's in process of patenting, so I cannot disclose which of this herb, but it's very potent in curing the human coronaviruses, many of the variants, alpha, beta, delta, that appeared in 2021 and 22. So as I said, we have seasonal and local fruits and vegetables using in the seasons available. The extra produce, what is harvested during, let's say, the summer months, it's never thrown. The food waste is minimum or almost zero. The extra produce produced on the fields is preserved. How we are preserving in the Mediterranean region? We are preserving by natural methods like sun drying, smoking, then by fermentation process, and etc. For example, for dairy products, in order to extend the shelf life, you are producing yogurt, kefir, or some kind of curds, very, rich in nutrients and probiotics. Different types of vegetables are produced again, preserved with the fermentation processes, and again, that's the fermented product can be a functional product. And again, the sun drying of the herbs, spices, and some vegetables and this. This is just one interesting example how the fermented products in countries that they were consumed, and especially the fermented vegetables, help with the deaths from coronavirus. This is from Johns Hopkins study in 2020, just in the first months of the corona when the epidemic appeared. You can see the countries that they consume more than other countries fermented vegetables. The deaths were, let's say, for India, for Africa, for the Mediterranean countries where Macedonia is, where the countries that were on the Mediterranean diet in 2020 in the summer, the deaths were less than 10 people per 1 million inhabitants, while countries like America, Canada, based on the Western diet, fast food, processed and ultra-processed food were very much attacked by more than 300 or 500 deaths per 1 million inhabitants. So this is the proof why the fermented vegetables are good, because they are naturally fortified. It's a functional food containing prebiotics and probiotics, a good food for the gut. And you know, the 80% of our immunity, of the immune system in the humans, is allocated into the gut. Besides the food choices that we are using, a big component is the social aspect of the Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet is not just the food that we consume, but the social aspects. Whatever we are doing with company and others, family members, extended family, even neighbors, or with the broader community. So even not just the preparation of the food, sharing the food, we are doing even the leisure activities, just afternoon coffee or tea with neighbors. So you never go, on alone drinking the coffee or food on the go. So that social component that here I'm summarizing as 3C of the Mediterranean diet. This is for the first time. Again, it's in the process of publication, this paper. The 3C of the Mediterranean diet, of the traditional Mediterranean diet. It's conviviality, when you are enjoying the life to the fullest, when you are enjoying togetherness, to do all activities, gardening together with family members or friends, or colleagues, or commensuality, sharing the food with others. I remember growing up in Macedonia, my mom, there is no reason, birthday or any banquet, you just invite neighbors for dish to share the dinner. So always the dinner table was full of people. We never eat anything on the go. In the town when I grew up, there was no fast food. So in that mobility every day, meeting people on a daily basis, it's actually stress relief, daily stress relief, which help for the mental state of the people adhering to this Mediterranean diet. And again, the community, to be part of the community, to have that sense of belonging to the community, that you are contributing to the community, it helps for the mood or for the mental state of the people adhering to this diet. So what are the health benefits? The health benefits are very remarkable. More than 30%, 30 to 35% people adhering to the Mediterranean dietary pattern and lifestyle are experiencing 30 to 35% less cardiovascular diseases, less incidence or risk of some kind of cancers like prostate cancers, breast cancer, and I think colon cancer it was, then you have even 50% lower risk of these metabolic diseases like type 2 diabetes, obesity, and etc. So reduced risk of and healthy aging, and 20 to 30% increasing lifespan or longevity study that proved that people that in senior homes, and it was a big, large study, 60,000 people in a senior homes around the Harvard University, that people just 5 days that adhere to Mediterranean diet, not all that week. So other 2 days they can eat Western food, and that they eat just 1 pound, 1 ounce, or 28 grams of nuts 5 days per week. They increase for 3 years, 2 to 3 years, the lifespan of their lives. And again, it was done among the senior people, 65 years and older. So again, what is the reason? I'm repeating here, what is the reason for the health benefits of the Mediterranean diet? Is that it is a nutrient-dense food choices. You can see how many polyphenols, variety of healthy fatty acids, the micronutrients, micronutrients, is what gives this prevention from non-communicable diseases, better, health, well-being, a reduced risk of depression, of Alzheimer, Parkinson's, and other neurodegenerative diseases, and better aging. Thank you. So sustainability, this is already published in the past 5-6 years by us, by me, and the other authors, that sustainability is already known. Here, for example, on the left-hand side, you can see how much green gas emissions, energy use less, and land and water use compared to the Western. So Mediterranean dish prepared versus a Western, fast food, you can see 50 to 70% emissions are reduced between the two diets. And a few years ago, we published that Mediterranean diet, to produce a dish fresh or minimally produced, you are aligned with most of the CAG UN sustainability goals. So again, because it shows effects on the mental and on the physical states, it's a holistic diet. The resources, if you track this from renewable or sustainable resources, and again, the health effects are obvious. So this is a diet for the body, for the soul, and for the mind. Here I have few minutes to compare the traditional Mediterranean diet with the Indo-Mediterranean diet. If you can see the two pyramids, we have plenty of spices and herbs used. Of course, India has different spices and use even more. So again, meat, mainly from fish, seafood, poultry is used in the boat cushions. Plenty of, not plenty, but moderate use of cheese, yogurts, different fermented dairy products are used in the boat cushions. Whole foods, whole grains. Again, the grains are different. Millets are here in India, rice. We use mostly barley, corn, and other. Olive oil in our cushion. In the Indians, they have different oils. But if you compare the two dietary patterns and also the active social life present in both cultures, yoga, mindfulness in India, you can see the similarity. Here is just a small, short table, the grains, the fats used in the both, a lot of similarities. What's very good about the Mediterranean diet, that it's easily transferable outside of the Mediterranean area. So this concept that was developed first by a professor from Morabat, here in India, he coined this Indo-Mediterranean diet, and he published that it has good antioxidant potential. The choices that are within this Indo-Mediterranean diet have antioxidant potential similar to the classical traditional Mediterranean diet. And this is my summary. In summary, as a takeaway message is, why the traditional Mediterranean diet is good diet, is a holistic diet because of the nutrient-dense food choices, the mindful eating, the care for the natural resources, living in harmony with the nature, and also that social aspect, having a sense of community, belonging to community is what brings to us to the lasting well-being, good health, and longevity. And thank you very much for your attention. My background is as I was presented before my presentation, I'm not a food scientist of nutrition, but I stretch, myself into this field in around 2019 and 18 when I learned that the Mediterranean diet was the best diet, and I searched why it's the best, and when I saw it's the diet that I grew up in the Mediterranean. So my mission is to spread the word about this dietary pattern and lifestyle is so healthy because I have experience. So nothing in life is to fear or to be feared. We just need to learn. So in the future, we fear less. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we'll take a pause, but before we leave for tea break, first of all, I'll thank all the speakers and our honorable co-chairs for the insightful session so far. Ma'am, please join us. I would like to invite our director, sir, on stage. Dr. Shilpa will be leaving after tea, so we would request you to felicitate her. I will also request our honorable chairs to please join director, sir, in felicitating Dr. Shilpa. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Shilpa as well as our speakers who's been sharing such insightful information on different topics? We will break for tea. Please, I request everybody to please be here by 4:25. We will continue the sessions. All our speakers will be here after the session. We will have Q&A around 5:40. So I request everybody to join us back for tea after 4:25, please. Session. I request our previous speakers to please join us on stage. Dr. Anita, Professor Julian, if you're around. I request our co-chairs to kindly introduce our next speaker, please.
So we are starting again with the second part of this session. And for the first talk of this second part, it's my pleasure to introduce the Dr. Leandro Timoni Bujdid Camagro Neves, sorry. The Dr. Neves is an agronomist and food scientist specializing in post-harvest physiology, food processing, and quality of tropical and Amazonian fruits. He is an associate professor at the Federal University of Roraima in Brazil and a faculty member of its graduate program in agronomy. His major contributions focus on improving the quality, conservation, processing, and functional properties of tropical fruits, particularly those from the Amazon region, who have strong relevance to sustainable agriculture and family farming. He has played a key role in developing research and extension activity that support food production, food quality, and value addition in northern Brazil. Dr. Neves holds advanced degree in food science and agronomy and completed postdoctoral training at Texas A&M University in US in the plant bioactives and food science domain. With more than 3 decades of experience, his work bridges agricultural production and food technology to enhance post-harvest management, reduce losses, and promote nutritious fruits-based products from tropical ecosystem. Please, up to you, Dr. Neves.
Hi. Thank you for this kind of presentation. Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here, proud to receive this special invitation. It is a major honor for me. Thanks for the faculty, the students, and anyone here present. Special thanks for my friend, Dr. Parikh. Hope that I can return back all the trust, all the effort in order to bring me here. Thank you so much. My name is Leandro Neves. I'm a professor at Roraima Federal University. Work with a post-harvesting processing. Let's see what we have here. So what are we? Okay, I've been working with in my university since 2003. So these are some just pictures of my university here. We got 3 campi. This is the main entrance of my campus. Okay, and here I want to illustrate what we thinking about a complete research from seedlings to the final product. This is acai. I think that you already know, okay? So complete research. So this is camu camu from Peru and some parts of Brazilian Amazon region, okay? And again, the final product. So in a few words, the Amazon Valley is concentrating in 3 great axes. But first, we can see the Amazon is divided in 9 countries, covering an area of 7.5 million square kilometers, almost 70% in Brazil. Okay, So in a few words, as I told you, we concentrated the Amazon value in 3 great axes. Okay, medicinal plants and biodiversity. This is my job. We are trying to looking for functional compounds, Professor Julian. So we're try to, you know, it's not a battle, but we need to find a middle point between what you present and what you can present for you about research. So medicinal plants and biodiversity and ecotourism, okay, thinking about preservation. If you don't preserve, we don't have the research to do, okay? But now what we do, what do we have here? And we do a lot. Sometimes you see we should use different kinds of tools to carry on a simple research. Once I took 19 shots in my arms just to start a mission in Negro River. 19 shots. Legal permissions? Well, it's a lot. This is a Samauma tree in the middle of the picture, maybe the biggest tree in the world. Samauma tree in Amazon. So all the effort is in the middle of the jungle just to improve this relationship, fruits and healthy. This is the main point here, the main topic. We want to live more and better. Maybe we can handle healthy situations, eat our native fruits. Maybe, I don't know. This is my dream over the last 20 years working in Amazon region. Problems we have by thousands. The major problem here is the balance. We cannot solve it by yourselves. Definitely not, unfortunately. So the trick is to consume a lot of potential fruits with high antioxidant activity in order to provide some help and keep this balance. Oh, look at this. Heart healthy. Would you buy? I buy. Nothing more important for me, for a father. There's a future, and here is a pregnant. This is the future, right? ORAC standards in a consumer label. That's it, match point. They already know what quality is. Another consumer label, again, an unfair comparison here. I don't know if there are Americans here, but there is an unfair comparison because acai is much better than any other fruits, okay, like a blueberry, cranberry. No diversity here, and now we start a battle between me and Dr. Julian. This is Araçaiboi, okay? This is Araçaiboi Myrtassa family, right? Same of guava, same family, okay? As the flavor, basically for processing. They use it for natural dye, and roots can be used as a diuretic and prevent diarrhea. And barks of the tree can be used in leather industry, okay? This is Araçapera, same family, just for processing as well, in juices and ice creams, high antioxidant activity, high astringents, and very efficient to control internal bleedings, as well as diarrhea, roots, and your branches. Highlight on vitamin C. Bacuri, look at this picture, it's Bacuri. From the barks, native people prepare a delicious tea and that can show a potential anti-inflammatory activity. Spotlight on berginin. So anti-inflammatory possibly promising model anti-inflammatory drugs, maybe in the near to find out a patent for this chemical, right? Some pictures and products, right? And here, Ushi. Again, oh, sorry, Bergenin is right here. Sorry, I was confused. Again, some products, Ushi. And now, Camu Camu, Camu Camu. Camu Camu is the fruit that has right amount of vitamin C in all the fruits. Around 6,000 of vitamin C per gram. High antioxidant activity. Look at this, is a berry. Most fruits from Amazonia is just for processing, right? So too much acid, too much astringents. Look at this, phenolic is ORAC, the PPH, very good scores, right? Vitamin C. Murici, Birsomania crassifolia, we got 3 types, Birsomania crassifolia, verbacifolia, and ortifolia. 3 types, but this is the most famous, right? So rich in tannins, used as cicatrizant, anti-inflammatory, and leaf can be used for bacterial and viral infections like Chagas disease, diarrhea, bronchitis, cough, antithermal, and others. In chemotherapy, can use in radiation therapy, then can be used to protect DNA damage. Very good. Pupunha, this is a palm tree. We're still struggling just with some chemical results. Another palm tree, Tucumã, semi-perspective of Pupunha, still working in phase 1. Phase 1. This is Pitomba, rich in vitamin C, fiber, antioxidants like catechol, calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Can help fight premature aging, prevent chronic diseases, strengthen bones, and regulate the intestines, right? Brazil nuts, very famous, right? Can improve cognitive function, fight aging, and reduce cholesterol. We're talking about selenium, too much selenium over there, major concentration, and zinc, important for the synthesis of thyroid hormones, especially for the woman. This is guaraná. The fruit can stimulate the central nervous system, maybe because the caffeine, right? When consuming a minimal doses can prevent fatigue, right? And guaraná tea can control hunger, and especially for the people who are on diet. This is our Amazon grape called mapati. The sap of the mapati tree is used to treat eye disease. We can find it in major concentration lutein and zeaxanthin, as well as omega-3, zinc, and vitamin A, C, and E. And the last but not the least, ingá. Improves strengthening bones, skin health, rich in calcium, vitamin A, and vitamin C. Some phenolics, such as quercetin and catechol, in ingá can avoid skin cells, damage in skin cells. So, as I told you, I will try to respect the time, so 15 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. This is my mail, my Instagram, so feel free to follow me.
So, thank you, Dr. Leandro Tamoni. So, it is an interesting talk, the different fruits from the Brazilian Amazon region, which are having the immense nutrition value, right? So, it was interesting. So, we have next keynote speaker with us, Dr. Sami Fatoch, professor and researcher, University of Carthage in Indonesia. So, topic is sustainable, Mediterranean, healthy snacking focus group insights for personalized nutrition. So, he is a professor of biological engineering,
INSAT, University of Cáceres, Tunisia, where he has significant contribution in the field of protein engineering, then biotic molecules, food microbiology, food biochemistry, and waste valorization. He holds several patents to his credit. He completed many international projects in collaboration of Italy, Morocco, Greece, Slovakia, France, Jordan, Lebanon, Algeria, Turkey, Spain, etc. So he supervised more than 40 PhD and PG students. He is a member of National Jury and for appointment of professors, and a member of the Nation Association of Biotechnology, Association of Biological Sciences, Society of Biological Chemistry, etc. With these words, I request Dice yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to present this work. So the title is Sustainable Mediterranean Healthy Snacking, Focus Group Insights for Personalized Nutrition. I have also to thank Dr. Anita because she already introduced Mediterranean diet, so it will be so easy for me to go on so quickly. So I return a little bit to this definition of the Mediterranean diet, as already mentioned by Dr. Anita. So this Mediterranean diet is deeply rooted in the cultural and agricultural traditions of the Ur Mediterranean region, especially known by for its diverse nutritions and healthy foods. However, despite its well-documented health benefits, we noticed that the adherence to the Mediterranean diet is really decreasing, especially among young people. So this issue should be addressed by scientists to find the origin of the problem. Scientists already emitted some hypotheses and focused on urbanization, which is evolving, so can affect the adherence of young people to the Mediterranean diet, also globalizations, and as consequence of both factors, the social cultural changes, what we call now lifestyles. So the lifestyles are changing. That's why the people are not adhering as expected to the Mediterranean diet. Here we took an example in our project, our work, is the snacking behavior. So snacking behaviors offer a clear example, illustrating the observed decline of the young people, especially knowing that traditional products, traditional snacks and artisanal recipes are increasingly replaced by fast and ultra processed versions. The ProMed Life, so we have a project funded by the Prima 2 program. It is a program dedicated to the Mediterranean region. And in this ProMed Life project, we have a consortium composed by Italy, Tunisia, Slovenia, Morocco, and Greece. This project addresses this challenging complex issue and is based on two complementary approaches. The first one is to identify factors influencing consumer choice, and the second one is to develop a program of nutritional education actions to motivate students and pupils, especially young people, and their family too, to adhere to the Mediterranean diet. So the ProMed Life project strategy started by steering a local focus group. So this focus group is then used to conduct a large quantitative intervention study to seek the required points as mentioned before. So with regard to the focus group study, we carried out in each country, Tunisia, Slovenia, Italy, etc., triangulate work so as to identify the main drivers or causes of this decline in adherence and to discover the barriers influencing the adoption of healthy eating and Mediterranean patterns. Also, this focus group is expected to reveal the perception and the value and use nutritional and healthy local foods to improve the health of our populations. Here, a reminder about the definition of what we call focus group. So a focus group is a qualitative research method that brings together a small group to discuss a specific topic or product under a guidance of a moderator. So this focus group has some advantages, especially it leads to interactive discussions. So people or participants are free to discuss any point they would like to discuss, but they are somewhat supervised by guidance of moderator to not go far from the topic. They can also go in depth into some aspects of the discussion, and they are spontaneous to talk about any point, so as when discussing we can have new insights and new point that we did not think about. So here I present a photo of a committee who has brainstorming about the focus groups. So the focus group sessions has been organized within living labs, and then we choose only 3 countries among the countries partners in the project, so as to focus more on the need of all the people in these. Excuse me, I put it off, but it's still working. So resistant. So the methodology we adopted was based on two type of aspects. We classified consumers into higher adherent to the Mediterranean diet and to lower adherent to the Mediterranean diet. For example, for the higher adherence to the Mediterranean diet, we choose some dimensions. For example, when someone is highly attached to health, to nature, natural content, and to weight control, and also is attached to general sustainability and local and seasonal factors, it is considered as highly adherent to the Mediterranean diet. In contrast, where someone is attached to sensory appeal, convenience, and familiarity and price, or also has picky eating, so as it is a little bit, we can say, stick to a restricted and limited diet. So he has not big variability of diet like the Mediterranean diet, which is very rich in variability. So these are attributed to the lower adherence of the Mediterranean diet. So when we conducted the focus group, we tried to classify the participant into one of these 2 groups. Then, following this step, we conducted an intervention study during 4 weeks, so as we divided the panel into 4 groups. The one with 18 the novel innovative snacks, without any education. Another one which has been where we conducted the same study, but we associate with nutritional conduction or sensory education, excuse me, nutritional education or sensory education, or both sensory and nutritional education. So the results we have, we obtained, I summarized here some of the interesting results. So we found that the top choice food choice motives were sensory appeal. So we found that young people always choose sensory appeal, and also health and natural contents. At least the least important motives were weight control and familiarity. Also, the top sustainability motives were ethical concerns and environmental welfare. The least sustainability motives were local and seasonal dimensions. Picky eating prevalence was remarkably high in Morocco and Tunisia, while it was lower in Italy and Slovenia. The main picky eating dimension was the taste aversion, which was found high, and followed by limited food variety. The least picky eating dimensions was the meal disengagement. So this is what we found as lowest importance among the panel studied interviewed people. So here, based on the results obtained of the focus group, within the project, we intended to develop what is expected by these consumers. So here I show an example of 4 innovative products. So here, veggie chips, but they are tomato chips added of oregano and some spices which have been scientifically proved as benefit for the health. Also date bars. So here is in Italy, tomato chips. In Tunisia, date bars. In Morocco, almond, argan oil, the argan oil. And in Slovenia, the sour milk added with saffron. Also, I remember Professor Hayes told about some label in some products without explanation, and within this survey, we found that people ignore some specific labeling points on the package. So we added a QR ticket or mark on the developed snacks, so as young people can connect to the internet and to see the detailed, very, very detailed information about each developed product, and they can also go beyond with chatting with artificial intelligence to look, for example, why carotenoids are beneficial. So we cannot put everything in these files, but with artificial intelligence connected to the files, the student or the pupil can go beyond and look what is beneficial in these ingredients. So here I show the case of the tomato. Here also the date bars. As you see here, we also tried to give some advices where to add date bars, when to eat them. For example, here with breakfast in smoothies, you can add that after a meal, etc. Some recommendation to help young people to use very, very well these new products. So we can, at the end of this project, we retained some interesting point which revealed I can say the secret behind the decline of these adherence to the Mediterranean diet. For example, here there was barrier related to the high cost of some snacks, so as poor people could not access to these very rich in functional, healthy products. So this is the problem of the cost, and also limited variability in the choice, especially in the south side of the Mediterranean side, as people are not so rich as European, so they have not a large panoply of range of products, so they have small variability, so as they cannot have a big choice. Also, with regard to health attitudes, this conducted intervention study so aimed to increase consumers' awareness about health impact of balanced dietary behavior that should be attended. So here I show a chart demonstrating that we have like dichotomy between two groups in our populations with regard to how they look to healthy snacks. Also, we tried to look to the cultural differences among the countries and also intra-country inside the same country. So we concluded that healthy snack development cannot follow a one-size-fits. So we cannot have a universal snack. So products must be tailored to cultural contexts and local taste preference. So this is very good as a conclusion for European or for industrials when developing snacks. So they have to focus, each population has their own cultural and taste preferences. Indeed, we concluded that the need for personalized nutrition, well adapted to each culture and to food attitudes, should be considered when developing new products. So to conclude, I tried to put some points here related to nutrition and survey education. We found that what we did within the project in terms of education, when educating the student, especially we helped them to recognize each kind of sensory attribute. We found that young people, did not know exactly what means each note and each sensory attribute. So they lack some education to be conducted. So the adolescents we can improve their recognition of the Mediterranean diet, so they can adhere more and more to it. The knowledge alone, the education at school, for example, did not significantly improve overall diet quality. So this highlights the need for longer and family-supported intervention. So this could not be only to be done at the school, but also completed at the family scale. Sensory exposure increased willingness to try new healthy foods, so we improved the curiosity of the young people to discover new products, confirming the importance of sensory experience. Picky eating and food neophobia remained stable, indicating that something is persistent with these adolescent people. So there is something which is deeply persistent in these pupil and students. So we have to look other barriers that we did not discover in this study. High physical inactivity and screen time. Screen time, that means we found that a lot of young people are totally stick to their tablets and to smartphones. So they pass a lot of time. This despite mostly normal weight, but this emphasizes the need for comprehensive family-involved lifestyle intervention. So this is not good for our young generation. Keeping their screens many hours per day, we found that this is alarming for us. Personalized nutrition strategies that are adapted to cultural context and sensory preferences are mandatory, and that rely on gradual exposure. So here I stress on the gradual exposure, so we cannot face and confront the young people. We have to pass things gradually. So, and we have to stress on the healthy aspects of these new innovative products. Even these products are innovative, but their origin remain always inspired from the Mediterranean diet. So what we did is that we took traditional products, traditional snacks, and we processed them using high technology. For example, for dehydration, we used the top of the available technologies, so as the product can remain always belonging to the Mediterranean diet, but it has been a little bit upgraded using new technological processes. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. So, to continue, we will continue with an invited talk that will be given now by the Professor Prasanna Gwani Tilake, who is attached to the Department of Food Science and Technology in the Wayamaba University of Sri Lanka, and he has more than 25 years of service in the area of food science in academic research and in industry. He received a research master in functional foods from Dalhousie University in Canada and a PhD in food science and technology from the University of Sri Lanka. He started his research and academic career as a research officer at Coconut Research Institute, Sri Lanka, and served as a graduate research assistant at the Dalhousie University, Canada. He has received 4 research grants in his capacity as principal investigator to work in the area of evaluating functional foods to combat chronic disease. He serving as a member of several committees of the faculty university, as well as national level in varying capacity. And the topic of his talk today will be edible flowers as potent sources of nutraceutical and functional food ingredients. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Chairs. Good evening, all of you. I am Prasanna Gunatilaka from Sri Lanka. So this is my university, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, so where I work with. So first of all, I would like to thank Anvesh Organizing Committee, especially Professor Sunil Parekh for the kind invitation. So I'm delighted to be here. So I'm going to talk about edible flowers as potent sources of nutraceuticals and functional food ingredients. So why flowers? So as we know, the flowers, the most beautiful part of a plant, is also most powerful nutraceutical reservoir. So edible flowers are defined as the non-toxic, innocuous flowers with health benefits consumed in the human diet. So if we talk about the global trends, the growing global trend for the natural functional ingredients. So therefore, since they are looking for natural ingredients for the functional foods, so now the trend is the shifting from the synthetic additives to plant-based nutraceuticals. So diversifications of consumption habits and the growing interest in functional foods have directed researchers to new natural sources. So edible flowers is come under one of the resources that scientists are looking for. So when you talk about the edible flowers, so global interest in edible flowers because the traditional uses in Asia and the Mediterranean cultures, as we discussed in the previous previous talks. So, and also nowadays you can see the increasing number of publications over edible flowers. So that means the awareness among scientific communities is evolving for the development of functional foods and nutraceutical using the edible flowers. So, and also the growth of functional food market. So you can see so there are various kind of culinary uses throughout the world. So using edible flowers, especially the Asian countries. So you can find in the Mediterranean countries, you can find so many edible flower-based dishes, and also so many medicinal uses. Edible flowers are used for many chronic diseases throughout the world. So this is the anatomy of the flower, right? You can see almost all the part of the edible flowers, there are the nutrients, right? So the nutrient composition is varies depending on the part of the flowers, right? You can see so petals, really they are rich in phytochemicals. So as we know, right, so in a global scenario, chronic diseases, right, so account for 74% of the global death annually, right? So there are various as we know, so one of the major cause of the chronic diseases are the oxidative stress, right? So you know, due to oxidative stress, so many chronic diseases are is increasing. So since this is based on the oxidative stress, so we need to improve our diet with antioxidants. So functional foods, right? So and antioxidant-rich functional foods is the good treatment for the chronic diseases. So I would like to share one of my research experience, right? So recently completed, so funded by the National Research Council of Sri Lanka. So I did the research with the purpose of to identifying and characterize the bioactive compounds in selected edible flowers available in Sri Lanka and evaluate their potential health benefits. So for this study, I have used 28 edible flowers so available in Sri Lanka. So I know many of the edible flowers available in India also. So I evaluated all the edible flowers for their bioactive compounds, right? So total phenolics, flavonoids, anthocyanins, and carotenoids. So and also using the different bioassays and also using the LCMS. And also optimum extraction conditions that giving the highest antioxidants in the different extracts of edible flowers also studied using the response surface methodology. So all the conditions, all the parameters were recorded and published. And also we have evaluated the extracts of the edible flowers collected from the extracted the edible flowers using different using in vitro digestive models, right, for their stability in the digestive system. So this is one of my PhD students working with these studies. So we have used various bioassays to evaluate the antioxidant properties, anti-inflammatory properties, anti-hypertensive properties, anti-Alzheimer activity, anti-diabetics activities. Also, to evaluate the anti-cancer properties of the selected edible flowers, out of 28 edible flowers, we selected 8 flowers for the study in cancer activity, anti-cancer activities. So we have selected 8 edible flowers for the anti-cancer properties using cell culture based methods. So we have used 8 extract as I mentioned. So we use 4 cell lines for the study. So this is some of the results methods I've used, and also we have evaluated, we have analyzed the infusions, right, from of the edible flowers, right, separately, so to identify their bioactives and the bioactivities. So some the results. So so I have summarized all the results within 1 or 2 slides, because it's too much slides, otherwise the time, because of the time, right? So we have found so different the different flowers has different phenolic constituents. For examples, so gallic acid. So gallic acid is very rich in the roses, edible roses, right? So hibiscus kind of flowers. So that gallic, these are the predominant flowers that containing these phenolics and flavonoids. For example, so we have analyzed all the phenolics, all the phenolic profiles using the LCMS methods. So selected edible flowers. So again, this is all the rest of the bioactives, edible flowers, the phytochemicals present in edible flowers. So carotenoids, steel beans, anthocyanins. So we have analyzed all the types of phytochemicals present in edible flowers. To summarize the health benefits of the edible flowers I have studied, so anti-inflammatory properties. So we have seen that some edible flowers, for example, hibiscus, right? Hibiscus have shown kind of significant anti-inflammatory properties. And also, if you take the antioxidant properties, so there are some edible flowers shown very good antioxidant properties. For example, again hibiscus, and also the marigold, and the marigold and pot marigold, right? So and the tulsi, right? So one of the common edible flower. So that's rich in antioxidants, and then showing good antioxidant properties. And also anti-Alzheimer disease, as neuroprotective properties, I have studied with anti-Alzheimer properties. So again, I noted that tulsi, so again shown good anti-Alzheimer properties. So anti-cancer properties, again the pot marigold have shown good antioxidant, good anti-cancer properties. So so then again, all the edible flowers, again based on the results, some edible flowers have shown anti-diabetic properties, especially, and the gastroprotective properties, hepatoprotective properties. This all I will summarize in the last slides. Okay. So then the highest bioaccessible total phenolics and the total antioxidant capacity were observed in the hibiscus rosa sinensis flowers. So whereas the highest total phenolic content, the total carotenoid content were noted in oils, that is the flower that is called tulsi, and then the pot marigold, right? So the highest antioxidant properties expressed by the tulsi and the hibiscus flower, right? So the tulsi flowers were noted to possess the highest anti-diabetic properties by retaining the highest percentage of inhibition of alpha amylase alpha glucosidase inhibitory activity after dialysis. So that's based on the we have used in vitro digestive model for this study. So allium cepa and the cassia fistula. So that's Cassia fistula is available in India also. The allium cepa. The flowers were reported to have the highest anti-Alzheimer activity and the anti-hypertensive activity after dialysis. So Calliandra officinalis, that is the CEO, that is the flower, the what we call pot marigold, right? So possess the most effective anti-cancer property based on the cell line use, right? So so therefore, however, the further studies are needed. So using maybe in vitro allergenicity because of the these flowers are not such common, and the challenges we are facing. So when you dealing with the edible flowers, right, standardization of the bioactives, the stability during the we have to study further stability during the processing, regulatory framework is also necessary. So these are the references. So these are some of the publications in Journal of Food Biochemistry. So the results are published. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanna, for the wonderful talk on different phytochemicals and health benefits of the edible flowers. So that is also one of the emerging. So we have last but not least speaker, that is Dr. Amol Dahal, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, School of Science, Kathmandu University, Nepal. So is he here? Is here. So Dr. Amol Dahal is an assistant professor at Department of Biotechnology, School of Science, Kathmandu University, Nepal. He is a PhD in molecular biology and biotechnology in 2018 from United Graduate School of Agriculture Sciences, Japan. He is gold medalist in agriculture from Maharana Pratap University Agriculture and Technology. He has received several academic honors, including Nepal Presidential Award, Nepal Vidya Bhushan, G&K in 2010 and 19. He has led and participated in several international research grants focusing on biotechnology, innovation, sustainable agriculture, and molecular diagnostics. His research interest includes molecular biology and pathology, particularly host pathogen interactions, biological control, disease resistance, disease diagnosis, etc. So with these words, I request Dr. Amol to deliver the lecture on harnessing future smart food crops on Nepal for sustainable healthy foods, please.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction. First of all, I would like to thank NIFTEM, the organizing committee of UNBASE 2026, and Professor Sunil Parikh for having me here. And my previous speakers, they talked about the fruits and vegetables from Brazil and Sri Lanka and their health benefits, and their talk was very informative and insightful for me. Thank you very much. And as a final speaker, as a last speaker for today, I would like to request you, and I'm happy to share some of the underutilized, understudied, neglected fruit crops of Nepal as potential smart food of Nepal for sustainable healthy foods. And while we are talking about next generation vision, sustainable healthy foods, I would like to draw your attention towards some general facts that globally about more than 30,000 edible plant species have been identified. Among them, more than 7,000 have been used for food purposes, while less than 150 are commercially cultivated, and only about 100 provide 90% of the calories to human diet. And just 4, that is rice, wheat, maize, and potato, account for 60% of the human energy supply. So the majority of the plant species are still understudied, underutilized, neglected, and that could be potential future smart crops for the future. So if we see the challenges in the global food system, one of the greatest challenges today is the climate change and environmental stress. And all the agricultural scientists, they are focused on climate resilient agriculture and development of climate resilient crops. We have used a lot of pesticides and chemicals to maximize our production, and this has aggravated our problems by creating soil degradation and land loss. So not only that, now we are limited in only in few major crops, and we are spending a lot of money in few crops, and we are ignoring several which have high potential. There are other problems as well: malnutrition, water scarcity, weak government policy, and policy gaps, and these are aggravating the situation. So, and again, if we see the challenges in the developing countries like Nepal, the problem is much more severe, especially in developing countries. In Nepal, there is severe malnutrition and dietary imbalance. Once we were food exporter, but today we import food. And Nepal import is increasing, food commodity import is increasing day by day. The problem of youth immigration and labor shortage is getting higher. So that's another threat in our agriculture system. So there is limited spending from the government for research and innovation. There are other problems, several problems: market barriers, water management issues, post-harvest losses, and policy and institutional gaps, in addition to the low agricultural productivity. And I hope India have also some major problems like these. And this is supported by this fact of Nepal, that if we see the graph here, the global hunger index over the years, but it's still very high. The similar case with the similar problem of undernourishment. If you see the chart of child stunting and child wasting, although it is decreasing, but it still is very high. And this is supported by the state-wise, province-wise data of Nepal. So malnutrition is a big problem in developing countries, and I hope the situation is same in India also. So the government of Nepal is aware of this situation and is focused on solving the issue of undernutrition through its agriculture development strategy 2015 to 2035. And one of the focus, or one of the step the government did, was the scoping and prioritization of future smart food. So it was very lately realized that the importance of these crops in Nepal. So during 2017, a team of scientists from NARC, Nepal Agriculture Council, and other agriculture NGO and INGO, they discussed the status of crops and farming in Nepal, and they identified several neglected and underutilized crop species, and potentially some among them as future smart foods for the future. So, and they define the neglected NUS as those that the country has not released or registered varieties. That means they have not received attention from the scientists and policymakers. And they identified some promising underutilized species as future smart foods based on their nutritional values, their ecological adaptability, and economic potential to develop into commercial farming and social and cultural values. So, and FAO and several scientists have listed more than 50 crops. So due to time, I will go only some of them. This is one of the crops that FAO identified as future smart food crops of Nepal, Tartari buckwheat. So this is, Nepal has a huge collection of this, and people have realized the health benefit of this due to good source of lutein and catechins, which reduces blood cholesterol. And also this is also good source of dietary fiber. And it can be consumed like rice, or it can even be converted into pancakes or porridge after grinding. And leaves are consumed as vegetables. Another FAO listed food crops, smart food crops, is grass pea, legumes, and these are consumed as vegetables and grown in the plain area, Tarai region of Nepal. And it is drought and water logging tolerant, so it has a very strong plant. Next one is a carbohydrate tuber crop called taro, and it is rich in carbohydrates, calcium, and vitamin A. Everything is edible, so leaves, petioles, tubers, everything is edible, and this is also called poor man's food. Another crop which is quite popular in Nepal and India is moringa, and there is a high research focus on this crop in India due to its high values, medicinal values, nutritious vegetable, and this is rich in vitamins A also. Next one is jackfruit. This is also quite popular, eaten both as vegetables when raw and fruits when ripe. And it's a good source of calcium, carbohydrates, protein, potassium, vitamins. Next one is butter tree, Bassia latifolia. There is another Indian butter tree also. So, and this is grown mainly in the Himalayan region, low hills of Nepal. And it is consumed as fruits also, juice also, and it is also used as in the preparation of confectionery, pharmaceuticals, and mainly ghee production, vegetable ghee production for cooking. And the oil is also used for head massage. So those were the 6 crops identified by FAO. In addition to these, there are several millets, finger millets, proso millet. Probably this one is not very common in India, but finger millet is very common. Foxtail millet. So Nepal is also very rich, good center of diversity for consider center of diversity for foxtail millet, and we have many land races of millets. I'm happy today in NIFTEM in the exhibition. I'm happy to see that NIFTEM is working a lot in preparing various food products from millets. So I had some puff and chips of millets, and those are very delicious. So in addition to this, in Nepal we have amaranth. So it is consumed as both as cereals, like cereals, and green vegetables when raw. So very nutritious green vegetables, especially rich in iron and calcium. And we have beans called bakula simi, Vicia faba, and another masyang. It's a very rich source of protein than any other legumes. So these are some of the future smart foods, considered future smart foods of Nepal. Of course, the list is very long, but I wanted to share only few due to time constraint. And despite this richness, despite these varieties, and Nepal has also wide adaptability to agroclimate, agroecological climatic condition. If we see the map of Nepal, we have land areas as low as 100 to 300 meter in the south, completely called Tarai region. And if we go a little bit of north, Siwalik, it's from the altitude of 300 to 700 meter. A little bit higher, we have mid mountains, and then on the north side, high mountains and high Himalayas. That's range up to 8,848 meter, highest peak of the world. And so Nepal, a country being very small, the area is only 1,47,181 square kilometer, 120, almost 1 by 22 of India. But it has rich agroecological, climatic, and soil conditions, and we found diverse crop species here. But in spite of this, the country is suffering from food insecurity. So government and researchers have identified various strategic approaches to harness the future smart food crops, and we are practicing some of these. Especially the research institutions and universities in Nepal are practicing some of these, and some still we need to work on it. So some of the things we are doing are that we are strengthening in situ and ex situ conservation of the future smart germplasm. In collaboration with farmers, we are doing participatory plant breeding. And sometimes, thanks to various national and international policies, they are promoting public awareness, especially on millets, and integrating these crops into the nutrition programs. So these are some of the things Nepal is practicing, and even the university is practicing. But there are still many which we still need to work. So such as pre and post harvest management, which NIFTEM is doing on millets, and I'm happy to see that. It's important to invest and strengthen R&D and develop seed quality seed production and multiplication system, enhance market, and prioritize FS future smart crops in the policy framework. And finally, international collaboration and free exchange of climate resilient germplasm within or between nations are also important. So this is something like which if we collaborate and do, and it will give best result, and it will give result as soon as possible. So we are open to collaboration. So if somebody is interested in future smart crops of Nepal and want to utilize the germplasm, so we are open to research collaboration. So this is the Kathmandu University Dhulikhel. So with this all, I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you.
So with this, we have concluded the last presentation of the day. Now the floor is open for question and answers. I request the audience to kindly raise your hands. The volunteers will come to you with the mic. And please also name the speaker whom you want to, direct your question to. If we have any questions, please raise your hands. Sir, can we give a mic to sir, please? So the student is reaching you. Yeah.
The question, three pointed questions from the nutraceutical perspective for the policy level, like what we can do as a researchers part of it. So one is actually basically, if you look at the India regulations today, the nutraceutical part of it, the one is the OTC part and the no cure trap, because that we cannot claim on that part of it, like what has to be looked in. So if you look all the bioactivities or the in vitro studies or the preclinical studies part of it, like what we have, the data point, we have to have a decisive mindset to take a decision that has to be incorporated into the regulation, like what we have to take a call. For example, like rice bran oil today. So oryzanol content has to be like 300 milligram per day serving part of it. So that is the dosage part of it, like what they have recommended, and they can claim that actually helps to reduce your cholesterol. So there is a one claim what they can very legibly they have given in the FSSAI guidelines part of it from that perspective. So whether we can extend this kind of dosage and nutrikinetic study. So that's the data point we have to have as a panel. We can recommend on that part of it. And finally, we can frame a framework for the nutraceutical part of it, like how to take it forward from the dosage part of it and the nutrikinetic study. As well as the third point is on the claims, what is allowed and disallowed from the cure and no cure. So these are the 3 points. Just I wanted to put it to the panel through the chair, so that actually this can be incorporated, and it can be taken as a debate, and it can be discussed, and finally it can be recommended.
So this is a very important point, Professor, you had raised. Actually, when we talk about the nutraceuticals, we talk about the safety, then stability, and then bioavailability. These are the major issues. And moreover, when we talk of the dose level, that is another question, which is unsolved question. Sometimes we say, what should be dose level? And again, the difference would be among the population groups, whether the gut microbiome of that population that will respond according to the dose level or not. There are some of the questions which are still unanswered, we can say. And I hope the metabolomics, then nutrigenomics, that will play a very important role in that. So although there are some panels of the FSSAI, you must be knowing about that there is nutraceutical functional food panel is there in India, which is regulating the safety guidelines. But again, the dose level, that is, it should be taken for 6 months or it should be taken for 12 months. Again, these are somewhat debatable issues. And we need the thorough in vivo studies, rather. We say sustainable studies are needed in that. And scientific validation is needed. That is very, very important.
See, if you look at that's what I'm coming across. The next to the follow-up part of it as the panel a directive to that, like when to do that and how to do that, and somewhere you have to have a game plan for that. So that is something like which can be really recommended from the panel side.
Obviously. Yes, well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a long session.
Sir, regarding the edible flower, so stability study is it's very much problematic whenever it is edible flower. Sometimes I have also tried so many, but stabilizers. What kind of stabilizers to be used, and have you stabilized the pigments for a shelf life, prolonged shelf life? Could you assure it?
Okay, so for my particular studies, we have not focused on the shelf life. So we focus on the what is happening to the bioactives during the digestive tract. So we have not used any kind of stabilizers. So we just used edible flowers for the system.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I can add one thing over there. That is obviously when you talk of the biopigments, there is problem of the pH stability, temperature stability, because they are sometimes thermovolatile. So there we need some of the technologies which should increase their stability. Particularly, we can go for the microencapsulations. I think
Yes.
they can help in that direction.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the thing.
Hi, thank you very much for this enlightening session. My question is purely from the commercial perspective. Okay, we do talk about those a very important, aspect of the flowers or per se any the chemical substance which is being extracted from these different kind of crops and so on and so forth. Now the question arises, one, whether those particular substances are available in nature in abundant so that the rupees per kg, right? Are we able to add value or extract these substances at that cost so that the industry gets, due, respect in terms of the prices, etc. So we keep talking about the science, okay, the small, experimentation at the laboratory, etc. But will that be, really get into the scale? That's the second point. And third point, I think the people have already highlighted, and I'm also, keep interacting with scientific panel of FSSAI, Codex Alimentarius. Sometime we had been asked certain information from EPSA also. The most important part is how do you demonstrate that, these particular substances are really beneficial to your body at what doses, like Dr. Saab has already highlighted what dose, what response, nutrigenomics, the age, and the body structure, your food habits, so many things are there. Your absorption, bioavailability, bioaccessibility. So who will take that particular aspect forward? I can do experimentation in the laboratory. We do have a life science and technology center in Bangalore, the one of the best center in India. But our research also goes into only laboratory, things. So I don't know from the panelist who can answer these three questions. I'm little worried about, because we talk very good things, and really these are, good things also. But how do we take forward to the commercialization is something we need to brainstorm. Thank you very much.
It's slightly on a tangent. Okay. I won't attempt to specifically answer, because I think there is a massive gulf. We almost have a duty as scientists to to develop this knowledge. I think it's essential, but you specifically said, so what about the business implications, actually making products that people want to buy? I just wanted to refer, I think other countries will have done similar work, but in New Zealand, we had a beautiful study, elegant and simple, where a nutritionist compared a range of interventions to see which would lead to a real change in people's buying habits of fruit and vegetables. They tried point of sale information, education leaflets, focus groups. So the argument that all they need is more knowledge. So detailed or simple information. And the final suggestion, intervention that they tested was a voucher which gave you a 15% discount for the fruit and vegetables. Guess which one made a difference to purchase practice? It's the discount. And in New Zealand, this became nearly government policy. So twice we had an opposition party which said, based on that research, we will remove the tax on fruit and vegetables. Each time they weren't elected and they dropped the policy for the next election. So sad, because it appears to be a simple tool to just cheapen fruit and vegetables and tell people, hey, these are subsidized by the state. Yeah.
I had, it's not a question.
Yes. I will supplement. Yes. I understood your question. That is, you have same thought process which we think in the labs. No problem. So interesting question. That is always we sometimes we sit in different scientific panels. This is the question we sometimes ask to the PIs, which present their proposals for us. So obviously that is what we do is, that is I have always basically in my lab, I always select the material which is available as industrial byproduct. I do not say that go to the market, generate the waste yourself by extracting the juice on the machine, but you should go to the industry which is generating the byproduct. We always take those studies in our lab so that the raw material should be abundant and the problem which we are solving, that should be useful for the industry as well. So that is our lab perspective, and that should be there with every scientist, because we cannot, that is always the byproduct which is generated by industry has a different composition somewhat. It is not the same. For example, if you say just quinoa juice, orange juice, citrus juice we talk of, and in our homes we sometimes just peel off the citrus, but in industry they as such a whole they are just adding to the crushers and peel, pomace and seeds all are generated as byproduct. So we work on those byproducts, particularly in our lab at least, that is which are generated by the industry. So that is the need of the hour, that every scientist should understand this. That is ultimately, if you want to commercialize the technology, that should be from the industrial perspectives. Number one, that is the answer for your first question. So obviously it will take time. It is not the say that is, we know, you know the Indian scenario, because we are working in India, how much grant we are getting from the government. It is good amount of grant, but not at par. We should go for the pilot studies. For the pilot studies, we have to tie up with the industries. Industries can, because sometimes there are some big project, BIG, BIRAC projects are there, where we can tie up with industries and we can have the scale up trials. Then we can have in between that this technology can be commercialized. So that is the one way where we can go. Secondly, what was the second question?
Second question was the availability. I will give you an example. One of my friend, rather than he was my classmate, he has a very good setup for various herbs, extracts and nutraceuticals, and almost 4 factories are there. So I suggested him to buy Burans ka phool. Burans, there is an flower, edible flower, which is being grown, not grown, is widely available in Uttarakhand region, hilly regions. Because of these understanding, I attended some seminar somewhere and we found that it has a very good anti-diabetic properties. And really it has, if people are using. So I suggested him, he made a use plan to extract that particular bioactive from that flower. When he went to the hilly region to buy and source that material, the people said, I can give you 2 kg, 1
Obviously.
kg. So the availability is not there, those exotic plants. How to derive that, discussion towards, can I grow that particular plant in general, say the common land, or UP, or Rajasthan, wherever it is. So do we have that kind of thought process? Because you will not get in hilly regions, you will get 2 kg only. It's a wild crop.
Obviously, yes. So seasonal variations are there. Obviously, it is not the say that is what is grown in Himalaya that can be grown in plain areas. So seasonal variations would be there, but it will be challenge for the scientists, or it can mean they can tie up with industries for the contract farming like that. But it is a huge challenge. So technology cannot be what we see. It cannot be developed in a few months or few years. It takes years. Long process is there. We first standardize in the lab, then we go for the pilot scale, then go for the commercialization. It is a 3-step process is there. So it will take time, obviously. So thought is well taken, and I think the scientists which are sitting over there, they should think on that as well. Thank you very much.
So this will be the last question. We've already overshot the time. We have cultural program at 6:30, and I would definitely like to give at least 10-15 minutes of respite to our honorable speakers. We may connect, post this session as well. Moving forward, I will request our co-chairs to give their final remarks. But before I request you that, I'd like to add one information since we're talking about Buranj. NIFTM has a village adoption program where our students every year go to different villages and try to strengthen food processing and the local crops in these areas. Luckily, this year, certain villages of Himachal Pradesh has shown interest in scaling up the production of Buranj, and there's a research for extracting the functional ingredients from Buranj is already going on in NIFTM. I'll connect you to the faculty who's taking lead in the research, and he can actually update you on that. So we have potential, and the villages are showing interest in scaling it up. Now, sir, over to you, ma'am.
I just had a comment extending the same discussion that we just are having. One is genotype. There are so many varieties of hibiscus flower. So which one gives the best yield of nutraceuticals? Because there was a presentation by one of the Canadian scientists. He had identified 60 varieties of fenugreek genotypes. Not all of them will have the same anti-diabetic property or this thing. So identifying the right genomic this thing is one which should be included as part of the research. Even if I take a flower, which flower will use the best nutraceuticals? The second thing is, take example of lutein, which is India is one of the largest suppliers of that. You cannot take just any marigold. There's a particular type of marigold, and the company which is manufacturing it, they have actually 2,000 acres of marigold plantation. So unless you take it up on that scale, with an identified genotype and which will give you the maximum lutein content, then the scale of economy and everything we can talk about. That is one. Secondly, the natural cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables will have a nutritional profile. Now, what is happening is there is an institute in US which is tracking down the nutritional content profile. Apple in the last 50 years has lost almost 100 phytochemicals in it. So the apple which used to be very healthy 50 years back is no more healthy. And in the plant, the plant breeders, the process, the whole focus has been on only getting more yield per hectare. But what happens to the nutritional profile is not taken into consideration. As a result, what is happening, we are losing the nutritional profile of what is being supplied as a natural. Another example I'll give you is the wheat has gone down by 80% in the last 50 years. And zinc, we used to get zinc from rice, so we never worried about zinc deficiency. But today, because the soil is depleted, rice doesn't have zinc anymore. And I think these also have to be addressed, because the more we make the regular food more nutritious, the less dependency on nutraceuticals and dietary supplements. I think that also must be addressed as part of this program.
Thank you, sir. Please, so over to you, ma'am.
Okay, I think it's time to conclude now after this very interesting interactive discussion. Very interesting. I'm sure that other points should be discussed, but we have no time. So I will not go through each of the talk of this afternoon, which were all very interesting, very informative and complementary. I will just make few remarks to conclude about this session. The points that emerge from me, from what I have heard this afternoon, is that first, reducing post-harvest losses and improving monitoring technology are not only economic or logistic priority, they directly influence food quality, nutritional integrity, and functional potential. Second, the ingredients can only fulfill their promise if innovation is grounded in safety, robust evidence, and technological reliability. Third, sustainability, health, and innovation are no longer separate conversations. They are increasingly interconnected dimensions of the same challenge. The future of functional foods and specialty ingredients will not be built through isolated advances, but through integration, integrating production system, a preservation strategy, safety framework, and biological efficacy. I would like to warmly thank all the speakers for their insightful and stimulating presentation. Your work reflects both the scientific rigor and strong commitment to advancing food system in a meaningful way. Today's session has shown that progress depends on collaboration across disciplines, and ultimately, our goal is not only to reduce waste, extend shelf life, or optimize formulations, but to design food systems that genuinely contribute to human health, because in the end, food systems are health systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, I request for your concluding remarks, please.
So I think much haven't said that is needed to be said now, right? So only thing is what we say always, because when we say the Ayurveda, on one tablet they write all the diseases it cures. It is not the case. So we need that is very much important. Scientific validation is important, and in vivo studies are equally important. Then we can say that this nutraceutical is effective against this disease. Otherwise, we just stacked some of the plant extract and say it is effective against all these diseases. It will cure all the things. It is not possible at all. So that is the story. So nutshell, we already discussed stability and bioavailability. That is very much important. Otherwise, we are nowhere. So that are my final remarks, and thank you for the patience listening, please.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Anvesh 2026 Organizing Committee, I extend sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights and such thought-provoking discussions. We can see a lot of discussions and comments are coming in. And I sincerely thank our esteemed co-chairs for their exemplary leadership in steering this session. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us clarity and for such a balance and academic depth to this session. But before we leave the stage, I would like to invite Dr. Sunil Parikh, the convener of Anvesh 2026, to formally thank our speakers and our co-chairs by felicitating them. So please join us on stage, sir. I also request our co-chairs to join while we are felicitating the speakers. Sir, please aa jaiye. Backstage team, can we bring the mementos, please? So we'll have louder round of applauses now. Starting from the extreme right, Dr. Leonardo, thank you so much, sir, for your insightful sessions on native fruits and processing products. Can we have big round of applause for their valuable inputs and their efforts for sharing their insights with us? Second, we have Dr. Anita. Thank you so much, ma'am. Oh, I don't know. Can we have big round of applause, please? Dr. Roni, next we have Dr. Maharaj. Dr. Rohini Maharaj. Ma'am. Dr. Leonardo. हाँ, देखो ये bell. Next we have Professor Hayes. So please join us. Let's show some energy. Can we have bigger round of applause, please? We have very limited participants. The responsibility of louder cheers on you. I invite Dr. Leonardo. Sir, please join us on stage, please. My apologies for the confusion. I missed the step. I invite Dr. Sami on stage, please, sir. Dr. K.D. Prasanna, sir, please come forward. Dr. Amol, sir, please, I request you to come forward. So before we'll finish, I invite all the speakers again to join for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we close today's session. We will definitely see you tomorrow morning. We have a cultural program scheduled at 6:30 p.m. I hope you all will join us there.